Here.
Commissioner Chapin?
Here.
Commissioner Chen?
Here.
Commissioner Devonshire?
Here.
Commissioner Loveland? Commissioner Gustafson?
Here.
Commissioner Holford-Smith? Here. Commissioner Luttrell? Here. Commissioner Shamir-Farren? Commissioner Voss? Here.
Good morning, Commissioners. We're going to start the Preservation Department public hearing agenda with item number 1, LPC 19-24141, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, Block 250, Lot 44, 16 Court Street in the Borough Hall Skyscraper Historic District, in the neo-Romanesque style office building designed by H. Craig Severance and built 1925 to 1927. The application is to install signage.
Good morning, Commissioners. Abby Hurlbut, Preservation Staff. This application is to install signage at 16 Court Street, which is located here on the southwest corner of Montague Street and Court Street in the Borough Hall Skyscraper Historic District. And we're zeroing in on this southernmost storefront on the Court Street side. So this application is to replace the existing FedEx office signage at the storefront, which was present at the time of the designation of the historic district. And the application includes two different types of signs. The first is to replace this sign panel with the pin-mounted letters with a new sign panel with pin-mounted letters. So the proposed sign panel will be the same size as the existing sign panel. As you can see, it's mounted to this aluminum channel that was there also at the time of designation. And the second portion of the proposal is to install vinyl signage here. This one, this display window here, and then vinyl signage here. So this application does not meet the staff level rules for several reasons. The first is that if we go back, the proposed pin-mounted metal letters will be larger. At staff level, we can approve a 1-inch projection. The second is that the vinyl signage will cover more than 20% of the glazing in a few different instances. So I will take you through some close-up photos if you'd like to see them.
But Abby, also the rules that allow for a staff level permit also have a maximum height. This is
Right, yes, sorry, yes. This also exceeds the height of that. Right, because they're 2 feet and they should, 18 inches is the max that we So here are some close-ups. Again, this was here at the time of the designation of the historic district. Some of the vinyl signage has come off that was there at the time of the designation. This is the next door neighbor. All of this was here at the time of designation of the historic district. And here it's been adapted. And that's it. If you have any questions, the applicant is here to answer.
Is there anything you'd like to add?
Not exactly. My name is Matt Calvo, Building Brothers filing representative. I just wanted to reiterate that we're replacing like for like with the exception of the dimension of the letters, the projection off of the panel. We're going to utilize all the existing penetrations, so there won't be anything new. And that's really it. Great. Any questions?
Any questions?
This is not a nice question, but why, if you were conforming, why did you just work it out at the staff level?
They were adamant about having some dimension to the letters versus the current condition is a very flat letter affixed to the panel. The FedEx company was insistent on going forward with the public hearing because they wanted the projection of the letters.
And just to be clear, the sign panel is being replaced as well.
Correct.
Okay, we'll go to public testimony. We'll come back to that. Judy Stanton.
Judy Stanton for the Brooklyn Heights Association. Our committee reviewed this application and we support it as presented.
Thank you. Jesse Down.
Good morning, Jesse Down for the Historic District Council.
While the sign is certainly unlovely, our concerns lie with the piecemeal and unattractive treatment of storefronts at this prominent corner. A coherent and comprehensive master plan for the restoration of this building storefronts is under review.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? We have a resolution from the Community Board 2 recommending approval. Would you like to respond to any of the comments?
No.
Are there any other questions?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Hearing is closed. Okay, so thoughts?
Straightforward. It's very commercial. Part of this building has two pieces, both are fairly commercial. The first street is certainly more commercial, one side is very sign, so.
Any other thoughts? So I assume that everybody is comfortable with approving the size. It's the same size as their designation, and it is not creating any more penetrations, and the letters will get dimensionally a little thicker, but it's the same type of signage. I guess so it sort of has no effect. It's not like commercial or Fred?
In the matter of 16 Court Street, in the Borough Hall Skyscraper Historic District, this is an application to install signage. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Borough Hall Skyscraper Historic District. I recommend approval, noting that the work will not damage, eliminate, or conceal any significant architectural features. That the proposed non-illuminated letters will be pin-mounted into a sign panel that will be no larger than the existing sign panel, which was installed prior to designation, and will harmonize with the color palette of the storefront. The proposed letters and logo will be proportional to the sign band and will not overwhelm the storefront or this large commercial building. The vinyl signage will not cover the entire display window, thereby helping to maintain transparency of the ground floor. And the overall amount of signage at this storefront will not detract from the significant architectural or historic character of the historic district. Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's approved.
Okay, item number 2, LPC 19-27324. An application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, Block 1206, Lot 72, 1139 Dean Street in the Crown Heights North Historic District. A neo-Breck-style row house designed by John Mumford and built in 1881. The application is to legalize modifying the stoop and replacement of the area-way fence without landmarks preservation commission comments.
Good morning, Commissioners. We're Norris Preservation Department staff. This application is for 1139 Main Street. It's located on the north side of the street between Nostrand and Rogers Avenue in Crown Heights North. The proposal is to legalize the replacement of area fences. This fence that replaced the historic fence that was there at time designation, as well as alterations to the stoop. This was a historic condition. These were circa 1940 tax photos, and you can see they had cast iron stoop rails, and this is the pattern of the ironwork here. So it's a row of 3. This shows the existing conditions of the neighboring building at time of designation. The building on the left did not retain any of its historic ironwork. The building in the middle had its cast iron rails, the newel post and the fence had been replaced, and this is the building that we're looking at. The stoop has been altered, however, the historic areaway fence remained with missing components. So going back to the existing condition, these are the 3 buildings, and these are a neighboring row, which sits abut. The color of the cast stone at the stoop is actually stucco or pressed stone. The see the color of the stucco does not closely match the color of the brownstone of the building. And this is not representative of brownstone color because the building was painted at time of designation, but the applicant is proposing to tint the stucco to help it blend more closely with the historic brownstone color. And the applicant would like to mention a few things about it.
I think
And just state your name.
Hi, I'm Ben Duane. I'm the architect for 1139. This is in response to violations that have been issued to my client after the time of purchase. They had purchased this property, and then after they've been in the house for about a year or so, as first-time buyers, they were up on all the research that they needed to do, and then were issued violations. The work had been done by the previous developer owner, and so we're trying to find a reasonable way in which to legalize a number of conditions, some of which are being dealt with at staff level. I think just to add to one thing that Bernadette said is that our desire to legalize the existing areaway fence is based upon the fact that there doesn't seem to be any along the block or across the street any historic pattern of areaway fences for us to be able to latch on to as a historic hazard.
Thank you. Are there any questions? We'll go to public testimony. Jesse Denham.
Jesse Dunn with the Historic District's Council. This illegal work is unacceptable in every way, further distancing this building from its two siblings. While the poorly crafted stoop for each railing already appears to be leaching line. Conversion to the building's previous condition should be compelled, and the stoop is to be reconstructed. The work should be modeled on its neighbor, part of the National Road 3 row houses, and this regional stoop railing and newel post. The presentation materials offer no rationale for the style of the fence, while clear precedents for cast iron fences exist in the tax photos. We urge that any work on the front elevation serve to bring the building closer in uniformity to the two adjoining simultaneously constructed neocrat row houses, not further alienating and crossing.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application? Okay, we have a resolution from Community Board 8 recommending approval, supporting this application. Would you like to respond to the comments that were made?
It's difficult because in personal terms, it would be wonderful to reclaim all of our buildings to something more similar to their original condition. I think that in this particular case, though, at the time of designation, the variation between the three sister houses was pretty extensive in the first place, and then also within the larger character of the block, I don't think it offers any kind of deleterious effect on the nature of the street.
Thank you. Are there any final questions? So can we have a motion to close the hearing? Second. All in favor? Hearing closed. So, does anyone have any thoughts? As stated, this row was already significant, the stupid areaways were already significantly altered at the time of designation and continue to be a lot of variety within them. The areaway that was present at the time of designation was sort of one of the last pieces of historic ironwork here, which it didn't exist, and it didn't exist in the other areaways. It was also, as you can see in that photo, very deteriorated and was missing a lot of components. So I'm comfortable with recommending the approval of its removal and replacing it with a simple fence that fits in with the streetscape. I also think that the fact that they didn't have historic cast iron balancers at the time of designation on this one, a little bit of flexibility on this street, but I do think it should be tinted to match the other part of the stuff. Do I agree with Bob on that?
Yeah, just to confirm, this owner is not the one who removed the fence. It was the previous owner. If this was the owner, I'd be in a completely different
Mumford and built in 1881. Application is to utilize, modifying the street and replacement of area-way fence without landmark preservation commission permits. I know that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic characteristics of the Crown Heights district. I recommend approval of findings. The stoop was altered, the historic cast iron stoop railings were removed, and the historic area-way fencing lost its top railing prior to the designation of the historic district. That the area-way fences at both of the neighboring houses within this road 3 and the stoop railings of one of the houses were replaced with modern metal work. Therefore, the work was not diminished the unity of an intact road of a historic feature. That the existing area fence is simply designed consistent in character and range of height with the neighboring fences in the road and in keeping with the historic ironwork in terms of placement, metal material, and black painted finish. That the stucco steps and landing of the stoop closely replicate the historic round stone in terms of dimensions, profiles, details, and texture. That the presence of cheek walls is in keeping with stoop designs found historically at little houses of this age and style. That the existing cheek walls are consistent with several stoop cheek walls within the streetscape in terms of its basic design, details, and material, and recalls the size and proportions of the historic cast iron rendering. That the stucco at the stoop will be tinted to become the better recall the color of the historic brownstone that building's facade, and except for the simply designed basis of the parlor court surround, which historically were largely blocked from view by the stoop railings. No architectural features of the facade is concealed by the work.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay, next up is item number 3, LPC 19-31566, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Bronx, Block 425, Lot 13, 1062 Clay Avenue in the Clay Avenue Historic District. Transitional Romanesque Revival, Neo-Renaissance style two-family house designed by Warren C. Dickerson and built in 1992. The application is to replace windows.
Good morning, Commissioner Carolyn Township Preservation staff. The subject property is located on the east side of the street, just to the south of East 166th Street. The applicant is proposing to install straight-headed wood double-hung windows at select locations where historically there were curved windows. There were curved windows and leaded glass transoms at this projecting rounded bay here at the parlor floor and second floors, and some leaded glass upper sash at the double hung window at this doorway here. And you'll see that here in this circa 1940 tax photograph. You know, at the time of designation, there were curved windows at the second floor, and based on the photos, it doesn't appear that there was any leaded glass windows that existed at the time. So with the exception of one house, most of the historic leaded glass windows and curved windows have been replaced on this block. Some of the leaded glass transoms remain, but with replacement double hung windows at the parlor floor. The applicant is proposing to install straight-headed wood double-hung windows here and here at this parlor and second floors, and a 1/1 double-hung window with clear glass at the dormer up here. So, just want to remind commissioners today that there was an approval for straight-headed wood windows with curved wood moldings at a row house back in 2011, and that the owner did intend to install curved windows under staff level permit over the summer, but had some issues with the cost of these windows. So the architect and the owner are both here to answer your questions.
Frank?
Good morning, Frank White. Thanks. My name is Frank Whitell. I'm here representing the owner, Mr. Guy Tamir, for this property on Clay Avenue. So just a little history. He actually took the building over recently, and we're doing a conversion, and we're sort of bringing the building back to its sort of former glory by not only the restoration, but by having it occupied. Because it was abandoned, I believe, since the photos, 2 times since, I guess, since the photos were taken back in the 1940s. So just one slight correction is that there are 6 windows that were actually proposed to be replaced. 2 in the basement, 2 in the parlor, and 2 in the second or the first floor. The one up here is actually a straight-headed window with like a copper dormer. So that was always a straight, it never curved. But we're sort of stuck in this loop here because of the cost, the overall cost to replace the windows. It's extremely expensive, and we're just sort of asking for a little bit of mercy, I guess, to follow suit with color, with double hung, with sort of certain characteristics of the historic appropriateness, and consistent with what's going on in the block. There really is only one building, which is adjacent to us, that has the proper windows, and I believe it was done through the assistance of sort of New York City program for funding, and the rest of the block seems to have done most of their work illegally. If we flip up, we can actually see more pictures of the rest of the block. There are, many of the same buildings, but none of them have the proper windows. And that's where we are. We're at approximately over $100,000 in cost just to have the 6 windows fabricated, and the installation is on us. And the straight-edged wood windows are a small percentage of that. That's basically what you're asking for.
So, because you said the property was vacant at the time of designation, and has it been vacant since designation?
I believe it's been vacant since.
I know everybody. My name is Duane, and I'm the owner of this property. And before we go to the windows that I would like to replace, the straight windows, I would like to give you some background about myself, because it's important that you guys will know why I'm asking for this straight. So I started real estate in 1999, and the real estate agent in Queens, New York. And the location that I used to do my job is basically in Jamaica, Queens, which was in 1999 a very, very rough area. And the reason that I started real estate is not about the big money and dollars that you can really make in this business, it's because I feel that I can help the people. Like I help people to achieve homes and to live. In that time the interest rate was 9%, so if you was buying a house, you can own a house instead to rent it out. And the houses was like $80,000, not like today. And really, I stepped into it and I saw the opportunity and the light that it can give to regular people like I am. Because when I came here, I came without money, and I was living in car for 3 months. I bought a car for $500, that was my home. And when I started in real estate, I got an opportunity to take a shower in one of those houses that other developers did. And this is what I did. And since then, I basically tried to locate it into development properties in a lot area. Not is a good area where you can make a tons of money. And it's really, I'm not making a lot of money at that. It's just investment properties would be a little like 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom apartment. And I didn't, when I bought the building, I saw that the windows was a vinyl, and all the block was vinyl as well. There's not even one single property in the whole block that has a curved window, except the next door, which the city helped funding this project. Every project that I'm walking into, I have a budget that I have. And if I exceed my budget, I can end I have a neighbor across the street that still the building is vacant in the last 7 years. And the reason that it's vacant because they are found with all the requirement of to make the building appeal to the landmark requirement. And right now he's out of money again after 7 years. He spent over $700,000 and the building again is abandoned building, which is not good for the block. And I would like to mention as well that this block It's maybe, the district is just maybe 20 houses. And it's a very different block from the rest of the area, because the area, a block next to it, I'm not going there at night. I have 4 kids, I have wife. I will not go to this building after 6 o'clock, and I don't think that even one of you guys will walk over there after 6 o'clock. So really what we try to do, we try to bring the value of the block, to improve the neighborhood, to help the population and the people that live in the place. Because when I improve it and I screen the people, or I give it to Section 8, which is going back to the city, which those tenants not always keep about my property in the right and a good condition. And I try to help. And in this case, I'm asking you guys to try to help me as well to finish and complete this project. If you stand in front of the building, you will never in your life will see that there is a curve, because nobody has a curve window in the whole block. It's a small, very small and tiny district. And it's very hard to understand that they need to put and plus another $150,000 right now in 6 windows, which I can spend $6,000 for it, which there will not be less quality than the windows that they curve. You know, it will be a wood by Marvin or by Pella, which is very good and brand and companies will do the same job, and nobody even will notice when you stand outside the building that the building will have no curve, since all the block is 20, or the landmark is like 20 houses or 30 houses. You really cannot feel the difference. So help me to finish it, and let me to help the others by doing that.
So, and as Caroline pointed out, the commission has approved in certain cases where historic windows are not being removed, the replacement of or the installation of new flat windows within curved bays if the brick mold has the curve that follows the form of the bay. Is that what you're proposing?
Yeah, you put the molding around here, exactly like this one. It's the same bay, straight windows, double hanged.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. I'm just wondering, and thank you, by the way, for your explanation, for the work that you do, and for your efforts on this building and the area. I'm just wondering why some of the proposed windows are wood and some are aluminum, instead of having all of them be the same.
And because it's facing the front, and they told me that what is important is the facade of the building, not to touch the facade. So the facade therefore will be wood. And the side can be vinyl or aluminum, which is much better when you're dealing with tenancy, the more durable than wood. And really the tenant, I have a lot of section, not a lot, a few Section 8 tenant, and I can tell you that I just change tenancy between one apartment to the other. It cost me over $5,000 just to bring back the apartment to the normal condition. I believe this building, you need to realize the construction itself, you know, I'm doing doors. All the frame of the doors inside the building is metal. I want the slab will be wood, because I just replaced like 5 doors in one building, because the cost of the maintenance is very high when you're dealing in a life area. When you're dealing with rough people, it's very high maintenance also when you hold the building. So all my door frame are metal. All my, you know, about all my floors, all ceramic. You know, I don't put wood floor, because you have to sell it like 3 times and then you have to replace the wood. So all the business model built of the economic of the location. Therefore, I need your help, because another $150,000 right now for 6 windows, it's not fair. So I just ask for fairness, you know.
So just to answer your question, the rules allow the staff to approve an aluminum window on a secondary facade, provided the configuration.
But it seems like it's on the primary.
Yeah, I tell you why, because
I'll just explain that at staff level, for straight-headed 1/1 double-hung windows, the staff can approve aluminum, like a substitute material for windows, like aluminum, provided that the brick mold is in wood and matches the historic profile.
Okay, thank you. That was.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll go to public testimony. We'll
suggesting that it was the Historic Districts Council. We just wanted to register that the orders we were provided were inadequate for evaluating this proposal, particularly regarding window detailing and window conditions.
And we have a letter from Community Board 4 supporting the application. Are there any other questions? Any final comments you'd like to make?
That's it, thank you.
Make a motion to close the hearing? Second. All in favor? Aye. Hearing is closed. So, I mean, I think that this building has a history of being vacant, and I think, you know, it's important that our landmarks are lived in and used. And the commission does have a history of approving flat windows where no historic windows are being removed in bays, with the detail of the brick mold being curved to conform to the bay. And in this case, I do think that the facade is richly ornamented with a lot of other detail that really sort of gives you a sense of the architectural character of the building. And so in this case, I would support the flat windows. Yes, Diane?
Yeah, and I also think that at some future date, they could be restored if there's, you know,
That's right. Okay, great. So if everyone agrees, have a motion.
So,
In the matter of docket number 19-31566, 1062 Clay Avenue in the Clay Avenue Historic District. The application is to replace windows. I know the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architecture and historic character of the Clay Avenue Historic District. I also note that this historic district consists of 28 semi-detached mirror image pairs of two-family houses on both sides of Clay Avenue, bookended by 3 apartment buildings and 1 single-family house. I recommend approval with a single modification, noting that this building and adjacent building in this pair of houses had window openings that were blocked at designation, and that only the historic curved windows of the second floor were extant at that time and have since been removed. And therefore, the work will not eliminate any remaining significant historic fabric. That the new windows will match the historic windows in terms of configuration, operation, materials, and finish. And that the facades are characterized by features such as projecting bays, metal, Mediterranean cornices, mansard roofs, gables, dormers, or towers, which provide a strong rhythm that define the streetscape, and therefore the proposed wood straight-headed windows at the projecting bay will not detract from the special architectural character of the building studio historic district. However, I recommend that the curved brick mold be retained or added at the window heads to recall the historic windows.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's approved in that modification.
Thank you very much. Okay, item number 4, this is LPC 19-4959. An application for a certificate of appropriateness for road in Acton, Block 147, Lot 2, 131 and 135 Duane Street, in the Rebecca South Historic District. An Italian-style store loft building built in 1861 to 1862. The application is to construct a rooftop addition.
Good morning, Commissioners. Michelle Prayer, Preservation Staff. This application is for work at 131 to 135 Duane Street. It's a store and loft building located on the north side of Duane Street between Church Street, West Broadway, and the Tribeca South Historic District. The proposal before you today is to construct a 2-story rooftop addition set back from the historic facade. The architect is here to discuss the proposal in more detail.
Morning, Commissioners. Thank you very much. Jonathan Schloss. This building designed in 1862, Italian building. Underneath all that paint is some beautiful marble Westchester. As part of this application, as part of the project, rather, under second application, we are putting together a full and meticulous restoration of the facade. All of the cast iron first floor, the blue columns, reintroduction. There was a sort of semi-historic wooden infill facade between those columns you see in the bottom, put in the late 90s that's being replaced with more appropriate and more delicate cast iron and steel facade. It's an aerial view of the project site with the right roof, center of the photograph. 137, Duane to the left with the addition on the roof, and then 200 Church obviously along the Church Street access as well. Really the indication of materials as it goes up is the first floor up to the first cornice. It is made up of all made up of cast iron, then turns to marble as it goes through the double height arches all the way to a sheet metal cornice, which is also being restored. All of the windows, both front and rear, are being replaced with wood, 2 double custom weight chain windows, both front and rear. The rear is 6/6, but similar quality of windows in the restoration of the rear facade. Looking here from Church Street, existing conditions, it comes down the residential street. We'll close up, you can see some of the addition of 137 to the west of us. And then looking from West Broadway as well, going close up. When we started this project, the intent of really restoring this building to its pristine condition from 1862, part of that project involved obviously the addition of the roof itself and trying to keep it with minimal visibility from Duane Street and from Church Street as well. It's a 2-story addition set back from the facade. There's a mock-up later in the presentation that you'll all see. Mechanical units all set back and not this along the top of the 7th floor roof. This is a plan of what's going on in the 6th floor and setback from the primary facade from the bottom, and setback from the rear facade as permitted by the Department of Buildings. All of this has been approved through zoning of the Department of Buildings already toward this point here. And then the 7th floor, the penthouse floor, you can actually see that there's actually some setback both east and west. And there's some roof over the we can talk about when we see that in the later images. It's the existing condition. The fire escapes from 1910 are being restored and will remain on the building as part of the project. Move the addition. Primary materials of the addition are concrete and stucco, and then also a hot-rolled steel facade, again, a historic steel facade in the addition for the roof as well. The rear facade, again, the rear facade is being restored, the brick repointed because they're replacing as well. And the addition, the replacement of the water tower on top of that. Just a little bit about the additions in the area. 7 2-story additions to the church and 142 and 144 Green. To note that the 2-story addition at 100 Green on the left and actually 130 Duane along Church Street were built prior to the Tribeca South Historic District designation. It's an axonometric with the additions both east, west, and north of the building with our project in place. This is the aerial view just to give a little bit of what's going on the site with the additions both to the west and to the east with our project in place. A little bit about the materials. As I said, there's very few materials being used, really a steel facade and then some stucco concrete and some fiber cement for planters. It's a mock-up we built on the facade. Built this mock-up 2 days before the hurricane. We were a little worried that it didn't actually come through. It was an interesting couple of days. She photographed the site from many different locations, walked the site as well, and was photographed with LPC staff. From West Broadway, moving along Main Street, in front of the building, see the Herzog and Huron project in the distance. And then further east on Duane Street, further east on Duane Street, and then the corner of Church Street. And then as you move back on Church Street, again, the building, this is the last photo with the full facade. And then as you move through further south on Duane Street, here at the bottom right, you can just start to see that the mock-up the second floor, particularly the eastern part of that mock-up. Here it is as a rendering of the Joseph Place. Moving further back, 2 bays left visible, you can see again the portion of that second floor, the rendering of the place, the existing party wall between 129 and 131 Main Street. And then our building disappears, walking even further down the more commercial Church Street. You can see the portion of that overhang, mostly the roof overhangs that comes to the right. You can see the sort of end of the actual 7th floor structure with that roof overhang. And then the building disappears as you walk further on Church Street. This was a shot taken far down to see if we could the furthest length along the street to see if it was visible. It's not from this location.
Are there any questions? Just tell us what the floor ceiling heights are 10.6.
10.6, yes.
So if there are no questions, we'll go to public testimony. We'll come back to Jesse Denham.
Jesse Denham, the Historic Districts Council. This project is almost invisible from public domain by lowering the ceiling heights at the 6th floor to 10 feet. There's 9 feet in the penthouse story. And we ask that landmarks and birds applicants to do so.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak to this application? We received an email from somebody not supporting the application, saying that it should not be approved because it is visible. And the community board wanted sent a resolution saying that because of the fact that it's highly visible from Church Street over the primary facade, neighboring facade, the commission should reject the application. Would you like to respond to any of the comments?
When we started this project, and obviously the project is intended to really restore this building to everything that it could be, and we made all efforts to minimize the facade, particularly the addition over our building in the primary facade, as they mentioned. It's really as you come toward that long, beautiful, and more commercial Church Street, there is a small portion of visibility, I understand that. But again, the intent is to try to minimize the impact on the neighborhood and really enhance the neighborhood of the street level and the street.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Yes.
Are the windows on the main facade original?
They are.
But you're demolishing those?
They're in extreme disrepair, but they are original. What's being replaced is exact replication of custom.
Yes, Ken.
My question is, does the penthouse have to be as high as it is? Does it be lower than would it be just less visible on the Church Street?
The penthouse certainly could be lowered slightly, to detriment obviously the apartment, but I understand that completely, particularly on the east side. We do have an opportunity to push with the zoning, to push actually the project slightly more to the west, which would largely render that eastern portion permanent to the street.
Any other questions? Any motion to close the hearing? So moved. All in favor? Aye. Hearing is closed. Okay, so, as presented here, the commission has approved two-story rooftop additions on buildings of this size in this district, and it's some of the immediately surrounding buildings and streets. And so I think the question really is about this view from Church Street, where you see it, it's a limited vantage point, and you see it not over the full primary facade, but over portions of it. But it does seem that at one point it does become pretty visible over the, the remaining portion of this facade and then the county of the building. And I do think that some, either lowering of the ceiling heights or pushing it back would improve that visibility. How do others feel?
A little bit of both, actually. It's not going to be a hardship. Someone parked at a 9.6.
Particular concern because it does mask the corners of the building. It does, it makes it very hard to distinguish just these layers.
I think we're going to ask everyone to do that. I would just suggest that complete visibility is not necessary. Just lowering at some point. So like staff works through it, maybe just push it back or increase the heights of it to zero.
Yeah, and I agree. I think that in many of the other instances that were shown in two-story additions, we have approved them being really visible.
I just also want to compliment the architect on the great presentation. It really is. It's also very nice.
And it'll, the restoration of the facades, both the front and the back, will be followed.
Well, I have to say, when someone characterizes it as a quality restoration and they're getting rid of original windows, it's not a high quality restoration.
And we make a motion to protect business.
In the matter of LPC 194959, 131-135 Duane Street, Flagg South Historic District. The application is to construct a rooftop addition. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Flagg South Historic District. I recommend approval of the modifications, finding that the proposed work will not damage or destroy any significant architectural features. That there is precedent for a two-story rooftop addition in this historic district on buildings of this type, age, and scale. That the proposed rooftop addition will be set back from the south and north facades, and is step back at the second story, and therefore will not overwhelm the scale and massing of the historic building. That only a portion of the addition will be seen from limited vantage points and at oblique angles on Church Street. That the simple silhouette and light gray precast concrete detail will be in keeping with rooftop structures found throughout the historic district and will harmonize with the historic building and will not call undue attention to itself. And that the work will not detract from the special architectural and historic property of the building, streetscape, and historic districts. However, I find that the second story of the rooftop addition will be too visible from the primary facade from certain limited vantage points in southeast on Church Street, and those views will detract from significant features of the building and adjacent buildings. Therefore, I recommend that the floor to ceiling heights be reduced and/or the addition be pulled back further to reduce the visibility of the street facades and the applicant working staff.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Next up is item number 5, LPC 19-31392, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 630, Lot 12, 272 West 10th Street, Greenwich Village Historic District Extension. A neo-brick style school building and playground designed by David I. Stagg and built in 1885-86. The application is to demolish the perimeter wall of the garage, construct a new building extension, and install rooftop equipment and streetlights.
Yep, good.
Hey, good morning, Commissioners, Abby Public Preservation staff. I'm going to be very, very brief. This application is to demolish a garage and reconstruct and a reconstructed perimeter wall, and construct a new building addition with a connector at the east end of the school property located on the south side of West 10th Street, bounded by Greenwich Street on the east and Washington Street on the west, and the Greenwich Village Historic Extension. The complex has evolved over time, but a school building has existed at the site since the 1820s. At the time of designation, this site featured the historic 1885 school building as well as a modern circa 2003 addition to the west of the historic school building on the southeast corner of Washington Street and West 10th Street. So this application, as I mentioned, is to construct a 4-story masonry addition and a glass connector at the east facade of the historic school building, and to install mechanical units, screens, and enclosures for the roof of the historic school building, which will be visible from public thoroughfares. I'll let the applicant discuss this in detail.
Good morning. My name is Eve Klieger. I'm the head of school, and I've been in this role for 23 years. Thank you for the opportunity to present our project to you this morning. VCS is very fortunate indeed to be located in a wonderful historic building which was purpose-built as a school over 100 years ago. When VCS was founded about 50 years ago, the building was vacant and had been so for a number of years. It was beginning to be in disrepair, but nonetheless, the school took it over as its home and undertook to refurbish it and to reinstate its residents in the neighborhood. It is now a stately building that has set the character of West 10th Street between Greenwich Street and Washington Street for a very long time. The 2003 edition, which we undertook with a different design firm, made it possible for us to sustain our student body and better accommodate some of the growth we had experienced. It is a byproduct of its time and has served us very well for all the time that we have been using it, with the auditorium that has allowed us to open our doors to the community board, to theater groups, to a new shul, and to many other not-for-profits. With the addition we are proposing here today, we seek to incorporate dedicated STEAM, math, and language labs to help us meet changes in pedagogy, as well as a regulation-sized middle school gym, so that students no longer have to leave our grounds in the middle of the day for physical education. We also are adding a library that will be big enough to house our enthusiastic readers and our researchers. In addition, we seek to maintain as much area as possible for our outdoor play yard, so that albeit it will be on the roof, going to Pier 40 will no longer be as important. Pier 40 is no longer safe or viable for us, and having an open play yard also poses security risks. As we all know, especially this week with all the shootings going on, it's an unfortunate risk that our modern era has introduced and which our parent community takes very seriously. We do not plan to expand our student body. It currently hovers around 350 students, about a third of whom live in the neighborhood. As stewards of our beautiful old Victorian school building in the Greenwich Village Historic District Extension, we take our responsibility to the community very seriously. As such, we have assembled a wonderful design team led by Elise Quaisbarth of Higgins Quaisbarth and Partners and Kathleen Travers of Marble Architects. We've asked them to design an addition that is deferential to our main school building, our old, wonderful historic building, in scale and character, and sensitive to the neighboring context in material and detail. The result advances our vision on education and contributes handsomely to the character of the West Village. We hope you can support what we're proposing here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Elise Quaisbarth, Higgins Quaisbarth, one of the Historic Preservation Consultants for the project. As Abby indicated, the proposal is to replace the existing garage building, which is actually a classroom building that the BCS has owned for as long as they've owned the property, and to replace it with a new school building that we're very proud of as a good example of a contextual design. The building is located right here. This is the extension to the historic district, the Greenwich Village Historic District, and it's located on 10th Street between Washington and Greenwich Streets. It's a larger view of the site. The center is the 1886 school building. This purple color represents the 2003 edition, which was built prior to designation. The designation was 2006. And then the periwinkle color represents the schoolyard where we are proposing the building. And a little square there is the existing classroom building. This is a view from Greenwich Street, which gives you the most comprehensive idea of the site. The schoolyard is right here. The central building is the sidewall of the 1886 building facing east. And the garage building, classroom building is right here. And these are just some of the buildings that are directly across the street. As you know, with the historic district, that is approximately 45 buildings. It represents, or includes rather, very large warehouse buildings right next to very small townhouses and tenement buildings and other ancillary buildings that were typical of the development of the west side of Greenwich Village. The photograph on the left shows us the 1886 building looking east, and the photo on the right shows the 2003 extension, and right here is the link that was constructed between the 2003 building as part of that construction to link the old building to the new. And just some details of the 1886 building. Its fenestration pattern is asymmetrical. Each bay, it's a 3-bay building, each bay has a different system of windows. And then the building itself is embellished with terracotta, light colored stone, or rather brick, red brick, terracotta roundels, checkerboard patterns, and brownstone that has been repaired over time. This is what the classroom building looks like today. This is where the wood shop is. The wood shop is kind of central feature of the BCS program. It was founded as part of the school when it was first founded 50 years ago. And they've used this building for decades for that purpose, and it will have a central part in the new building as well. It was constructed originally in 1945 as a
private garage from St. Veronica's School, which we'll talk about. It was rebuilt very significantly in 2006. This is a view of the perimeter wall. It's on the east side of the school. It certainly resembles the historic, but it was very significantly rebuilt as well. And that would be replaced. The historic maps are interesting. I'll try not to dwell too much on them because they're fascinating. But there was a school on the site very early on. It was a public school. And the prior organization to Board of Education built the 1886 building. So it was a public school to start with. But in the 1930s, St. Veronica's was able to acquire the school, and they operated from the 30s to about 1960. And you can see in the map on the left that there were three little houses. They were 3 or 4-story brick houses that were right on the corner of what is the play yard. And then there was this L-shaped lot that opened both on 10th Street and Greenwich. By 1956, you see that the corner lot was completely empty, so the little houses were demolished. And St. Veronica's had acquired that area, which is the play yard now, and that little garage building shows up there in the corner. Just some historic photos of the building. This is from on the left from 1907, and it just shows some details. Also shows the return of the building on the east side. It also shows the punched windows that were on the east side. By 1932, when St. Veronica's had a school, on the right photograph, you see that they've already widened the windows. There was a big reorganization of space at that time, and both sides of the building were altered at that time. This is just for the development of the school, 2003. There had been a one-story building located there, and that was replaced when they built the new building. Views of the wood shop building. This is from the 1940s, and this is from this summer. You can see, well, we'll see in a minute how it changed over time. Interesting that the building adjacent was very radically altered in 1985 when it was converted to residential. So again, pre-designation. And the building, this one, the designation report is called out as a utilitarian style, as is this one. But indeed, this one really is late date and very little original construction. You can see looking south that there was a masonry gate that went into the yard in this 1940 photograph. 1945, this is 1950 photograph, but it was built in 1945, and we have a building permit for that. You can see that in 2006, the parapet had been raised on the building. The brick doesn't match, and when it was built, it had a brick face and a concrete block rear, and then this is what it looks like today after the 2006 rebuilding. Some views of the adjacent area, big warehouse building, which is right across the street from the school, and then these lower scale residential buildings, and actually it's a stable building originally directly across 10th Street. Looking down Greenwich, this is in the Greenwich Village District, and this is in the extension. We have the building has a very large window here on the side, or rather on the front. What this shows, again, is just the mix of patterns of building types and scales in the district. It also shows that it's very largely a street wall, historic district, and the bricks are many different colors, mostly brick with stone and metal ornament. This is looking a little closer down Greenwich, and our site is right here. And this just shows again that, that variety of scale and coloration and fenestration patterns in the district. People had talked about the window or connector and the large windows in the proposed project, and we just wanted to look briefly at a couple of examples of how schools have created glazed connectors between their original buildings, either between the original buildings or between later additions. So I think that the proposal, which you're about to see, fits incredibly well with the historic district in terms of its height and scale, its materiality. It's a street wall building. And I think that at this point I should let Jonathan Marvel from Marvel Architects talk about the design process and the design itself. Thank you very much. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about the background.
Thank you, Elise. Jonathan Marvel, Marvel Architects, presenting on behalf of the team, that is the architectural team, the engineers, the school. We've been meeting on a weekly basis for over a year, very intensely, very collaborative, so I'm really presenting on behalf of an entire team. Thank you very much. On the table, there are 2 scale models and samples of the exterior of the building for your reference. The project sits in a very interesting geometry of north-south avenues in red and the east-west side streets in yellow, and that trapezoidal geometry is unique to the neighborhood, and we found as a source of inspiration for the design that you're about to see. The 3 buildings, I like to call them 3 buildings now because they do stand together, and they complete the block with interstitial links, connectors, if you will, and then infilling the trapezoid in the corners in 2 different unique ways. And there's an underlying patterning going on with the, as Elise pointed out, with the original 1886 buildings, facade and its fenestration, asymmetrical, lots of variety in both the window types and single and ganging up together, and that gets expressed, interpreted in the 2003 edition. And the link between the 2 is the entrance that was moved from the original 1886 building and that little window in the far left to the link becomes at this point the entrance to the school. With the opportunity to complete the block, we're also seeing this as really a deferential extension of the architecture that is here as a precedent, and we wanted to maintain some of the DNA and as well as express something of our time. And there's a series of regulating lines that really are underlying the existing conditions of the 2 buildings that we are simply carrying over, both in the horizontal floor plates. All of our proposed floors are simply extending the floors that are existing, so it's an ease of circulation horizontally. And the vertical rhythm is something that we found to be a critical starting point for the new proposed design. And the extension of the base of the buildings is an important element as well that we wanted to create a distinctive and separate from the other floors, as well as picking up on the window patterning and its configurations. There's some similarities and there are some new ways to interpret that as well that we wanted to explore. And so you can see now in the end result, it's an extension of the patterning, an extension of the regulating lines and the rhythms and the floor plates of the existing 2 buildings. And the base is picking up some of the the detailing. We're not doing multicolor, but we're trying to carry that horizontal across in the base, and we have window benches that get expressed in the base. There's windows looking into, you're seeing at the very corner the new wood shop, so it has a gold window on the corner, and you're looking at also the large window bay, which is the link between the two buildings, as the connector, as the main stair. This is stair L. We go up to stair M in the entire building. This is a building full of stairs, and we are expressing stair L with its big window. It's a 55-inch wide stair. It's wide enough to accommodate two people going up together or passing each other. And the kids use stair A, which is, I want to just point out stair A. Stair A is in this bay right here. And I'll show you in the floor plan. So the kids use that stair all the time as a place to study and work collaboratively. So the stair is an important element, and that's why it gets expressed in such a wonderful way. And you can see the three upper floors in brick carrying over the windows, and the top floor, I'll point out, is the new sky yard. Those are openings to the sky. There's a structural grid on the roof with mesh, and the mesh there's a sample on the table, because that mesh is in front of those windows on the top floor. There's no glazing, but they look like they're picking up the same patterning as the windows below. And this is the contextual drawing where we're clearly being, I think, deferential to the existing buildings. We are a horizontal building. The other two are really more vertical in their expression, and I think our horizontality is something that is important as being one of our design criteria as we move forward. And this, now you're seeing the Greenwich Street elevation and the variety of buildings on Greenwich Street, starting with the Archive building on the left, our neighbor immediately to the south, which is that now openly glazed facade, and our window patterning picks up the West 10th Street, wraps it around the corner, and ends with another stair. So here's stair J, which is these three little windows here, which are that slot of windows is stair J. It's exiting the sky yard, and it's exiting the gymnasium. And the window on the ground floor there looks directly down into the new gym, so that there's which is starting at the cellar level, it's a double height space, so you could really, and there's a window bench in front of that area, so that there's a real deliberate way to engage the street wall, the pedestrian enlivenment. The large bay window on the right is there to celebrate the Greenwich Street elevation. We wanted to separate and make the avenue distinctive from the side street, and so the avenue gets expressed with this large bay window, and each one of these windows is separately framed in a brass stainless steel. Glazing here for the library floor, as he pointed out, the library is one of the principal spaces in the building for students to gather and work collectively. The science floor here with its labs and tech center gets its own bay, and the sky yard gets its own bay, and each one of those is slightly different, and a real chance to sort of celebrate the inside out design. It's very functional facade. We designed from the inside out, so you can see here's the library and its bay window giving that large space light. Here's the science floor with its bay window, and the rhythm of the windows on the outside is actually picking up some symmetries going on the inside. So there's a method to the madness on the window patterning. The section shows the relationships, first up the horizontal connecting to the floors of the existing two buildings as the primary effort here. The north-south section shows how the opportunities of putting the sky yard playing into a more protected area. But the energy that we wanted to take from the existing clay yard on the ground floor, the big yard gets put into another architectural moment. You can see the looking north on Granite Street, the window patterning, the facade fitting into the rather delightful mixed windows and architectural features along that busy street. The marking the east-west corridor with the bay windows gives an opportunity to look into the building and see the activity going on as if you were looking into the sky yard. You're now looking into the Library of Science and the sky yard up on the roof. And the students get to look down West 10th Street, which is a nice opportunity to extend the activity of the school into the neighborhood. The stair link is sort of this really important part of the building. It allows us, the students, and moving from class to class, have an opportunity to get some daylight, and there's a celebration that happens there, so it's a really active way to connect the school to the neighborhood. You can see the front door, and next to that, the masonry wall with its horizontal banding. The elevations together, you can now you can see some of the effort to really carry the West 10th Street across onto Granite Street, punctuating the sort of and kind of picking up some of the asymmetry by having the glazing for the stair on the right of our new addition, and then on the Greenwich Street elevation, the glazing is on the right again. So there's a kind of a similarity to sort of pick up that trapezoidal geometry that I referenced earlier. An important feature in setting back the stair by this dimension here, which is done similarly in the current link. It's recessed almost 4 feet to let that architectural element be displayed in the new addition. This is a detail of this slab edge here, which we're covering with an architectural feature. You can see the large framing element right here under this brass finished stainless steel, which is framing each of the 3 openings. There's a thin brick-based spandrel that gets expressed as a continuation of the brick, and here are the photographs of materials. We've tested them on site. I've got a photograph on the table there of these materials on site to play with the existing brick and masonry. The brick that we're choosing is on the upper right. It's a beautiful brick that is it's a cast brick, so it has some variety to it. We're turning it at 90 degrees in the infill panels where there are no windows. At the base of the building, we are using a gray brick so it's the same dimension, but it's just turning to a different color. We've got a stone water course that also wraps up and becomes the bench seat. We have that accent brass finished stainless steel around the framing of the large openings. The window mullions are going to be bronze in color. The mesh stainless steel for the upper openings. And here are some details of signage on the left over the 12-inch letters over the canopy marking the entrance to the school. And there's a BCS water jet recessed 3/4 of an inch inside of the existing brick. And these are ways to sort of subtly call out this is the school at the base for pedestrians. And you can see the window bench here and over here. And there's an additional one down here by the front door. So there's 3 nice long benches to give places to contemplate. There's some lighting that we wanted to point out. So there's some downlights over the canopy at the front door. There's a linear light that goes over here on where there is masonry. There's an 8-inch soffit overhead where we're putting in a linear light, so there'll be a nice wash of light on top of that horizontal brick coursing. And the idea here is to now show you the mechanicals that we're proposing for on the existing rooftop. So here's the roof of the existing 1886 building. We're proposing all the new mechanicals to be in these two banks of HVAC units. And they have acoustical fencing that is on either side. There's a mock-up in place of this that we'll show you in a second. But the mechanicals are 13 foot 11 inches above the roof, so we're matching that height with the two side walls. The other point of interest for you is the extension of the elevator shaft in a mechanical shaft for bringing all of the air down below into the existing, to the proposed floor plates. There's another small rooftop mechanical system over the play yards bulkhead down in that southeast corner, which that is invisible from the street. These are the mock-up photographs showing where those screens are, and they're really minimally visible from certain angles. Here you can see a little bit more of that screen as you get further away, and we've outlined everything here, so you can see here's that extended elevator shaft is a mechanical shaft. Here's the eastern acoustical screen, and these are some of the views from the other side of the block on Christopher Street. You're looking over the rooftops of some of the lower buildings, and these are all there to be seen today. And I'll end with this image. It's, I think, meant to really talk about our project as a contextual building, as a building that also wants to be a very functional building, and to celebrate what's happening on the inside through the expression of the fenestration. And I think here you can see how we're really playing into the geometries and the variety of the streetscapes on Greenwich and West Main Street. So now, and with a little bit of if you want, I can talk a little bit about the zoning ask for going to the BSA to ask for an amendment to an existing waiver. We're asking for increase in lot coverage on the corner lot to allow for this to be a completed street wall, and to extend the floor plates across and extend that kind of horizontality, so there's a little bit of an infill, and there's some non-conforming corners on the interior lot that we're going to be infilling as well to have this circulation be as efficient as it is in our proposal. Thank you.
Are there any questions?
Yeah.
I think Fred first, and then Michael.
Jonathan, you made a very cogent, I thought, analysis of the two existing buildings with vertically arranged organization, and applied that same vertical lines to the new site, and then explained that your organization would be essentially horizontal, which it is. And I just wondered if you could elaborate a little bit more on why you deviated from the vertical organization and the horizontal.
And I'll take the opportunity to use the model on that, and just because it's here, and I think this is the starting point for that explanation. So our addition is really, it's a horizontal building, it's not a vertical building. And so I think there's just the simple answer to your question is that the horizontality of the addition and the opportunity to wrap the corner with that horizontality became one of the drivers for some of the initial design ideas. And whereas these are really blocks of beautifully fenestrated brick, we saw our addition is really as a way to kind of articulate and connect the avenue to the side street. So there's an urban design component to that. So and there are vertical moments, however, so that little stair J over here, stair L are bracketing that wrapper. So there was a real attempt to kind of to bring you around the front and horizontally they bring those horizontal bands across and we're really just stepping the horizontal banding out up 2 inches from the vertical pilasters that are I think are still strongly dominant. So we have a thickened vertical pilaster and at the end at stair J, and then we have a thickened corner pilaster and then a thickened one also here. So there is a kind of an underlying verticality, but there's an overlay of a horizontal banding.
Yeah, stated another way, I guess what you're saying too is that there's the program simply didn't fill as much space as the first 2 buildings on the site have done, therefore it's a lower building.
It's a lower building. It feels right to be deferential to the horizontality of the building.
The adjacent building on Greenwich, which was a warehouse, I know that building because I've walked by there before, noticed the knuckles, and thought, wow, this is the remaining warehouse in this neighborhood. And although the front facade has been altered, that side facade is one of the few remnants showing the warehouse activity in this particular place. Was any consideration given to leaving those remnants, those windows exposed, remassing your building? Any consideration at all?
So one of the programmatic driver for the project is really the desire for a regulation size middle school gym. And there's that gym, you go to the floor plans, but that gym essentially there's no room for that gym except to fill in the block. And we did look at putting that gym at grade, putting a gym up on top, putting a gym below grade, which costs more money, but there's no way out of that when you want to put in the regulation size gym. So that there's a big effort in putting in the gym for the school, and that was really a starting point for this project.
Any other questions? Yes, ma'am. The main entrance remains the same in the existing building?
Yes, the entrance will remain. If there's but the main entrance is now going to shift. So that although the idea is to maintain the existing entry point for the school because it gives the school all sorts of flexibility about how it's on the auditorium of the school. It's just off that current entrance. So there's some nice points about still maintaining that, although the main entrance and all the security components for the school will now shift to the new entrance, which is just further east on West 10th Street, which is also at grade, so we don't have to go up a ramp. There's a grade change of about 1.5 feet, so we really have a really easy access, 100% accessibility right into the school off the sidewalk. I mean, it's a real plus thing.
Is the rest of the school made more accessible?
There's one big elevator services the entire school, and the elevator is really one of the knuckles to the project. It's this tower right here, and so it's really now central. Before it was sort of side slump, but now the elevator, which is the only one, is now central. It services all the floors. It's a nice big elevator, and so that one we're extending down to service the lower level gym. So and now by moving the entrance next to that elevator, it really does make it easier to use and solves a lot of problems.
Any other questions? We'll come back to you after this. We have a lot of people have signed up to speak. Just want to remind everyone that there is a 3-minute time limit on your remarks, so if you can respect that, that would be great. Again, we start with Andrew Merlin, the Landmarks Conservancy.
Good day, Chair Carroll and Commissioners. I'm Andrea Goldwyn, speaking on behalf of the New York Landmarks Conservancy. The Conservancy has reviewed the proposal from the Village Community School to construct a new building on its property. We do not oppose demolition of the existing garage building, which does not make a strong contribution to the district. We believe that the proposed new building will be appropriate in height and scale. We appreciate that the facade aligns with the historic school and draws inspiration from its materials, palette, and decoration, emphasizing the feeling of a campus. Given that strong relationship, we do wish to register some concerns. At the corner windows and the new connector, the expanses of glass throw off the balance of masonry to glazing and disrupt the complex's rhythm. At the base, along portions of both streets, the minimalism of the unbroken banded masonry appears out of place. The historic building is a treasure trove of rich and robust details. Modifications that capture some of those qualities, such as stronger mullions or a ground floor that echoes the existing pattern, would improve the addition and make it a more appropriate companion to the school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Sarah B. Natman of the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. The Village Community School is an important and valued institution in the West Village and has been a thoughtful steward of its properties. We welcome their growth and their efforts to provide the highest possible quality education to their students. However, we do have some issues with the design of the new building as proposed. The proposed facades at West 10th Street and Greenwich Street have a very insistent geometric grid pattern, which is out of place in this area and emphasizes the very tall floor-to-ceiling heights. The proposed window mullion pattern also has no reference in the area and adds to the insistently geometric pattern of the facades. The all-glass connector between the 1886 school and the proposed addition also has no reference in the area and appears very much out of place. The connector between the 2003 edition and the 1886 school is quite successful and could serve as reference for the design of the new connector. Because of the design of the facades, the massing of the proposed new building reads much larger than it actually is, and we believe should be rethought in order to be a suitable addition to the Greenwich Village Historic District extension. We believe that the floor-to-ceiling height windows, particularly at the northern bay on Greenwich Street, add to this impression and should be reconsidered. We do not object to the construction on the playground or the demolition of the garage structure. With some careful rethinking of the design of the proposed building, we believe it to be an appropriate addition to the historic district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jesse Doe from the Historic Districts Council. This project fits in well urbanistically, and we appreciate the efforts made to respect the streetscape. We believe the project could be even better with some small changes to the design. Particularly, the expansive glass and the planned connector is harsh in the context of Greenwich Village, and not in the same language as the rest of the building. We also believe it would be improved by having more visual interest in the monolithic gray masonry wall in front of the gymnasium, possibly by using molded rather than extruded brick. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lava.
This built also the Society for the Architecture of the City. At one time, Jane Jacobs lived near here, right around the corner, actually. And at one time, the Kent's project office, Stacy's was not far away. William H. White was a mentor. William H. White would have had criticisms of this design as it meets the street. In 1983, he organized a small exhibition at the Municipal Art Society called Light Walls, the New Face of Downtown. He regarded them as inimical to street life. Who knew that 30 years later in Greenwich Village, in its historic district, a district that once rebelled against the then modern city of 1950 and into Robert Moses' highway through Washington Square. The school would be here asking for more blank walls. Apparently, the interior layout of this building dictates the slice of grayness at ground level. The location of the gymnasium calls for it, perhaps. There is lip service to context and the use of brick and the four-story apparent height, but the distribution of transparency with a few oversized windows and glass connector, here perhaps because the LPC allowed the glass connector in another school on a different site in another neighborhood, is a plus on the same students.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Chris Kiplock, K-I-P-L-O-K, and I will be brief. First and foremost, I'm a parent of a BCS first grader and fifth grader. I also chair the BCS Board of Trustees. Briefly for you all, this project is driven by the school's programmatic need, by the desire on behalf of the Board of Trustees to keep a school on West 10th Street for the next 50 years. But the way the board approached it and the way we've instructed our design team, our consultants, is very mindful that there's been a school on this block since the 1820s. We take the stewardship and the future of the school and its physical plan in that context. That's the design we asked for. It's the design we're presenting to you, mindful of our past, but driven by our future. And I enthusiastically support it and encourage you all to support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Karine Saxena, followed by Maria Downing.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Praveen Saxena. I'm a parent of 3 children at the Village Community School in 2nd grade, 3rd grade, and 5th grade. I support the plans for the building at the Village Community School. I believe the design of the building fits with the neighborhood very well. Specifically, the proposed new building blends with and is respectful to the historic school building and the neighborhood. The brick of the proposed addition is similar to and blends with the brick of the current school building and other buildings in the neighborhood. I think the height fits nicely. It's in the same context and with the same proportion as other buildings in the neighborhood. And the building sitting on the corner is consistent with the feel of the neighborhood, particularly nearby corner buildings like the Archive. Lastly, I think the glass in the connector is modest and refreshing and will allow joyful children bouncing up and down to be viewed with pleasure by the community from this very modest glass in the connector. I respectfully ask that the Landmarks Preservation Committee approve the plans for the school in full. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maria Downing, followed by Alan Chappelle.
Hi, thank you for the time. My name is Maria Downing and I live on the same block of PCS. Despite the relentless development of Manhattan, the historical district is a place where it still feels like a real neighborhood, where schools have open playgrounds, and not every square inch is occupied by brick. Generations ahead, the residents of our neighborhood will not be able to appreciate its character if we don't really take these kinds of decisions thoughtfully. The sense of space in the village is defined not only by what is built, but what isn't. So with that sense of space in mind, the question is how much of this massing is really required. The massing of the proposed building is just too large, goes all the way to the sidewalk. Not only takes the entire open space, but dramatically changes the corner of life. The design of the building is to somehow express breaks with the architecture surrounding it. Most concern is what it feels like to a pedestrian that's walking by with that kind of gray massing at the bottom. In addition, as one of the questions was raised, the historic north facade of 692 Greenwich would be completely obscured by the school's plan. And again, the question is here, you want to build a gym, there really needs to be that size of the gym. Does that really mean that it needs to take the massing, the building needs to take the massing that is being proposed? So, I mean, I would just encourage everybody not to make a decision in haste, and really think about the design that's being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan, followed by number 11.
Good morning, committee. I'm a longtime resident of the West Village and respectfully offer the following response to the Village Community Schools plan to build. Most of my comments are in line with those of the CB2's Landmark Committee. And while I recognize that CB2's role here is only advisory, my hope is that the landmarks will thoroughly incorporate the feedback provided by CB2 in this decision with respect to this proposed project. So with that, here are my thoughts. Number one, the proposed design is just too big. The corner of Greenwich Street in West Kent is a quaint section of the West Village. This section of the West Village is characterized by multiple street corners that either have buildings which are only a story or two in height or have a significant portion of the footprint dedicated to open space. The size of the proposed design will significantly alter the open aesthetic, which is a hallmark of the West Village. Number two, the design proposed by VCS is at odds with the look and the feel of the West Village. The proposed design is modern, has too much glass, and too many windows at odd intervals. This modern-looking building will significantly detract from the surrounding historic buildings. In its application to CB2, VCS spokespersons of the proposal, they talked about the proposal as being playful and breaking the mold and illustrating to the students that rules can be broken, which at best are poor justification for departing from the design of the rest of the neighborhood, and perhaps even thumb their nose at the character of the neighborhood. Number three, the design removes a landmark shed. A few years ago, the Landmarks Preservation Committee made a decision to designate that garage shed next to 692 Greenwich Street as a landmark building. My understanding is that there were very few buildings that were deemed worthy of such a designation in the Greenwich Village extension. While I appreciate the support of CB2 Landmarks Committee and many other areas, I respectfully disagree with CB2 when it comes to the landmark shed. No doubt, when the LPC designated the shed as a landmark building, part of the rationale was to maintain some of the precious open space of this neighborhood. So I would implore LPC not to allow that small building to be replaced with a large monolith that is being proposed by VCS. Rather, I believe that the shed should be maintained as a landmark building. And number four, altering the historic north facade of 692 Greenwich Street. The north facade of 692 Greenwich Street and its distinctive pattern of windows is a historic and unique feature of the neighborhood, and the school's current plan will obscure it completely, as noted both by this gentleman here and in recital D of the CB2's decision. I believe that the VCS's proposed development plan will further harm the character of the neighborhood by erasing that historic facade. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Number 11, followed by Norma Katz.
Hello, and thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of VCS proposed expansion project. My name is Mara Levin. I'm a longtime resident of the village and a parent of 3 current VCS students. As the committee is aware, the concept for this expansion grew out of and is driven by the programmatic needs of our school. But from the very beginning of the process, creating an expansion plan that was both deferential to the aesthetic fabric of our beloved neighborhood and tied meaningfully to our existing facility were essential elements of the project. Everyone at VCS, from the administrators down to the loose families, share a sense of pride in our school building. In a city where anything from a townhouse to an office building can be converted into a school, we love that our school is unmistakably a school, that it has always been a school, and that it was designed as such over 130 years ago. We love that the purposes of welcoming children and fostering learning are built into its buildings. It was this great love and respect for the original 1886 building that guided the design for the school's 2003 expansion, which was meant to pair seamlessly with the original building while also allowing its historical character to shine. The proposed design we continue about today strives toward that same goal. By including a light well between the new and historic buildings, there is a natural separation that allows the historic building to stand out, to shine, to be visually appreciated as the gem that it is. The addition also ties into the existing building through so many thoughtful design elements, from the type, color, and variety of materials specified, to the pattern, rhythm, and sizing of the framework and windows, to the visual separation of the building space. To simultaneously complement and highlight the original school building is no easy task, but I believe it has been achieved with this proposal. As a devoted resident of the West Village, I have a deep appreciation for the unique look and feel that make our streets so welcoming and special. And as such, I appreciate that by delineating the facade of the school into three distinct masses, the proposed renderings show a village block very similar in feel to most of the others that I walk down every day. More like a patchwork of smaller buildings from different time periods than a uniform monolith. The addition itself is carefully proportioned to feel appropriate in scale among the neighboring buildings, and to allow the somewhat taller original building to retain its pride of place within the block and within our school. With all of this in mind, I ask the Landmarks Preservation Commission to approve ECS proposed expansion plans in full.
Thank you. Norma Katz is not speaking, the comments were sent in. Okay. Jason Keller, followed by Michael. Oh, Jason Sakai, followed by Michael Miller.
Good morning, Jason Zakai from the law firm LPC. We represent the Greenwich Village Preservation Association, a group of neighbors who live in close proximity to BCS and who generally oppose this project as designed. The original Greenwich Village Historic District was designated in part because of its old rural charm. The LPC designated the extension in 2006 as comprising 45 buildings that are a distinctive part of the history and character of Greenwich Village and its far western Hudson River waterfront section. This BCS project will not be appropriate in relation to the special and distinctive history and character of the historic district extension. Its massing is out of context with the rest of the district. The modern design certainly lacks old world charm and is inconsistent with LPC's designation report. First, as Community Board 2 determined, the project would obscure the historic north wall of 692 Greenwich Street and its distinctive pattern of windows. 692 is one of the 45 buildings recognized in the designation report of the extension. It's mentioned 20 times throughout the report. The building dates back to 1868. It served as a factory, a warehouse, and other commercial uses. Unfortunately, prior to the designation of the extension in 2006, most of the building had not been preserved. However, what was preserved was that north wall, which would now completely be obscured by this project. And in fact, the designation report specifically discusses this north wall as visible, covered with stucco, and mentions its windows with shutter hardware. And that stucco can be seen back in the 1940s and 1950s pictures in the applicant's presentation. Further, as CB2 also determined, the large glass connector on West 10th Street has no relationship with the existing BCS buildings nor the rest of the extension. The proposed modern transparent wall is completely out of character and is not harmonious with the masonry and the brick buildings of the extension. This transition from the old building to the new building is overwhelming, and that same kind of connector was not used with the 2003 addition. I'll quickly wrap up with a few other points. The windows and mullion layout have no historic reference. There are overly large show windows in the Greenwich Street facade. The project would change the character of the historic district by removing the open space on the corner. And the open space corners are quite typical of the extension. In fact, that intersection at West 10th and Greenwich has two other open corners in addition to the existing playground. I'll just quickly wrap up that we trust that the LPC will conclude that the project is not appropriate with the extension and will vote to deny the application for the certificate of approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Michael Hiller of Hiller PC. We represent the Greenwich Village Preservation Association, an organization of 500 residents of the village who oppose this project, albeit, I say in part because the community does not oppose the notion of repurposing part of the playground area on the corner where Greenwich Street meets West 10th. Rather, the community opposes three discrete aspects of this particular project and offers alternatives. First, we joined CB2's Landmarks Committee and opposing the complete coverage of the northeast-facing facade of the adjacent building at 692 Greenwich Street, which would result from the new building at 690, new building on the playground. The north-facing facade consists of a Mediterranean-style stucco rendition, which is depicted on pages 6 and 15 of the applicant's presentation, and provides a visually appealing presentation on an otherwise drab corner of the village. Now, as Mr. Zakai mentioned, the stucco facade is mentioned prominently in the designation report as a visible architectural feature of the district. The stucco has been a feature of the facade for over 70 years, as depicted in the applicant's presentation as well. We have proposed reducing the size of the building, and I'll get to that at the end of my remarks, but I do want to emphasize that in response to Mr. Commissioner Devonshire's question inquiring why the building's height and mass couldn't be adjusted to preserve the stucco facade, Commissioner Devonshire was told by the applicant's representative that it was because of the size of the gym and how the size of the gym will dictate the height and mass of the building. Well, if you turn to page 31 of your presentation materials from the applicant, you'll see that the gym is actually in the cellar and only slightly above grade to provide for an elevated ceiling. The gym does not require that the entire north facade of the building be covered. And I'll get to that a little bit at the end of my remarks. Second, we impose that aspect of the plan that would cannibalize the entire playground space. We're not suggesting today that the playground has any special architectural or historical significance, but we do maintain that replacement of an open plaza-type space in the village, which is what you have now, with an out-of-scale box-like brick building that's been proposed would be inconsistent with the massing in the area, which features many open plazas throughout the village. We also mentioned that although not within this body's purview, the zoning waiver they're asking for is to ask for a 92% lot coverage as opposed to 70%. So this would actually be a very strong deviation from what you're seeing elsewhere in the village. Third, we oppose the narrowing glass and steel building depicted on page 27. I'll include that in my remarks that I submit, the written remarks that I submit. But I do want to focus again on alternatives. So, one alternative, and obviously this is somewhat of a crass proposal here, but I should say crass picture. But you can see you can have the beginning part of the building, which would provide for the gym, up to the first floor. They'd have a full gym, just like they want, but you'd still be able to preserve the stucco wall here, as well as the windows, which are particularly interesting. The alternative, actually, is you could do it this way, and actually have four windows showing. So what we would ask this body to do is to consider the possibility of having the applicant work with the community so that we can have a win-win here. So they can have their school, they can have the addition, but we can preserve the stucco wall and the windows so that the community still has the benefit of that beautiful feature which is mentioned in the designation report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I apologize. That's all I have.
Thank you, members of the Landmark Preservation Commission, for allowing me to speak this morning in support of the expansion of Village Community School. My name is Thomas Matthews. I'm a 20-plus year resident of the West Village, where I live with my wife and two sons who attend Village Community School, and where I also serve on the board of trustees. My businesses are also located within the Gainesboro Market Historic District, where I also serve on the board of the Meatpacking Business Improvement District. My wife and I have chosen to live and work and be a part of the community because we appreciate the architectural integrity and uniqueness of the neighborhoods. Village Community is a school whose history is deeply rooted in the West Village and has always strived to be a good neighbor and a steward of the community. We have hired an architectural firm that respects our love of the neighborhood and our commitment to the community. The zoning permits the school to build a much taller building on its site, but instead, Village Community has opted for a building that is more in keeping with the scale of buildings within the block. The proposed massing is much smaller than many of the large buildings that are in the schools immediate vicinity. As with past editions, Village Community is doing it in a thoughtful way that blends the new edition not only with the historic main building, but also the surrounding neighborhood. The proposed building does an excellent job of blending the brick facade into the surrounding context and creates continuity on the block. The glass circulation column provides a buffer separating the old facades, providing visual breathing room between the historic building and the new addition. The proposed large windows at the corner of the new building are a vital element to the design, as they allow the neighborhood to be a part of the school and the school a part of the neighborhood. Village Community needs this expansion to enrich its programming and educate its students for the 21st century. The Landmark Preservation Committee will support the application. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Pauline Akios, and my husband and I are long-term members of the West Village community, and our 2 children attend Village Community School. Community is an integral part of Village Community School, and it's woven into their rich curriculum starting as early as kindergarten, and is consistent throughout. This is one of many aspects that drew us to the school many years ago. Simply put, the school needs more space. The proposed addition is in keeping with the height of structures on the same block, and the proposed mass is much smaller than many other warehouses, buildings in the area such as the archive. The new building is in keeping with the historic school building, and the brick, stone masonry, and metal proposed reflect the materials throughout the vibrant neighborhood. BCS and the architects are focused on ensuring that the new addition is in keeping with the neighborhood and its rich history. The Landmarks Committee has historically been open to contemporary designs that illustrates its time and celebrates its space. This project does just that, and I'm asking the Landmark Preservation Commission to approve the plans for the school in full. Thank you.
Carlson.
Hi, my name is Tom Carlson. I've been a longtime resident of the West Village for almost 15 years now, and I do oppose this proposal. There's a number of reasons. I think it's a shame to lose the open space that's been at the corner there for many years. It's a vital part of the community. It's a beautiful spot. To lose that, even if you concede losing that space, I think what's being presented here does not fit what surrounds the area. It's a huge mass. It takes up a huge space. I think Mr. Hiller's points were very valid. You could slightly change the design. Also, saving the north facade of 692 Greenwich Street, I think, is incredibly important to the neighborhood and also to the residents of that building. I also don't think the design itself, like I said, it doesn't fit with the village. I don't even personally think it really fits with the original school. It doesn't look like it's part of the original school. And if that's the point, okay, but I think the original school is actually quite beautiful, and the new building is not. I oppose this proposal.
So Johnson, John Demowski, followed by Joshua.
Hello, my name is Jocelyn Japanowski, and I'm a parent of 2 children, both one in 2nd grade, one in 5th grade, who both currently attend Village Community School. I live just a few blocks from our school, and I'm here in support of the expansion of UCS. The proposed addition is so important to enable the school to provide additional program offerings that wouldn't otherwise be possible, simply not possible with the space that we currently are in. Also, as a resident of this neighborhood, very dedicated resident for this neighborhood for many, many years, I've seen new construction that has looked slightly different from the older buildings, but still completely enhanced the look of the surrounding blocks. The school's expansion will stay true to the aesthetic of the historic district and also provide necessary space to serve our children well. I ask that the Commission approve the full plans proposed by the Village Community School. Thank you.
Mark 7.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jonathan Pucci. I have lived in Lower Manhattan for 12 years. And my wife, Bianca, and I are the proud parents of a 6-year-old daughter who attends Village Community School. VCS is a very special place, whose mission is to graduate well-rounded, kind, creative, and confident individuals who have the early leadership skills and passion for learning that will benefit the community for generations to come. A key factor in the school's success over almost 50 years is its location in the West Village, a community known as much for its blend of contemporary and historic architecture, as for its rich history, cultural diversity, and progressive nature. As a community school, the parents and students of VCS understand the value of community. VCS has always been a good neighbor to the West Village. Our roots are in the West Village, and that is why the school has gone to great effort and expense to thoughtfully design an addition at the corner of Greenwich Street and West 10th that is consistent with the fabric of the West Village, particularly local to site, where the precedent is for corner buildings like the historic archive building. Addressing some of the specific, well thought through design aspects, the height of the proposed building is in keeping with the height of the buildings within the same block along Greenwich Street. The fenestration pattern of the addition, including the large feature windows on Greenwich Street, reflect the variation of proportion and arrangement of the historic windows. The large windows in particular are one of my favorite features and are important to the school because they emphasize to students and passers-by the connection between the school and the community. The continuity of the facade blends it into the surrounding context and creates continuity on the block. The proposal is deferential to the historic school building, and the brick of the proposal is harmonious with the historic brick. And it is worth noting that the overall mass of the proposal is much smaller than many of the large warehouse buildings in the district. The Landmarks Commission has historically been very open to contemporary design that illustrates its time and celebrates its place. The proposed addition to the Village Community School does just that, and I ask the Commission respectfully to approve the plans for the school as presented in full. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mark. Sorry, I just can't read.
Salentana.
Followed by Rob Lambert.
Good morning. I just want to echo the sentiments about the gym can still be built because it's underground, come up a story as it's already been discussed, and then set back the rest of the building a little bit so that there's a little give and take. Some of the windows of 692 Greenwich Street can still be visible, a little bit more light and air still is visible for people that are walking around, and instead of sort of being faced with the gray wall that is currently there, it sort of sets back right after that. Also, if it's set back, just one last note, is then there's an opportunity after that first story for a little bit of a green roof. Like the Stephen Weiss building just up the street has a green roof, and the green spill over onto the, and are visible to the pedestrians. Something like that could be great for science curriculum. I know PS 41 has that, and also just makes a more welcoming face to the neighborhood than just the current sheer wall. Thanks.
Thank you. Rob Lambert, followed by Ms. Nichols.
Good morning. My name is Rob Lando. I have lived at 692 Greenwich Street next to the Village Community School since 2004. Without question, the Village Community School is an important part of our neighborhood. And we know that the school's management and the parents here feel passionately that the school must be expanded. And while that may be true, the proposed development plan will do 3 things that are simply not appropriate, and I submit there are 3 reasons why the Commission should request changes to the plan. First, the proposal will put a 5-story building on a corner of the West Village that has been open space since before 1940. Virtually every square inch of that former open space would be covered by the new building under the current proposal. As we know, many corners in the district extension are typically either recessed or feature fairly short buildings. We may not want to set a precedent for taking one of those open, airy corners and putting a large structure on it that may be inappropriate in its massing. Second, The new building would fully and completely block the north wall of 692 Greenwich Street. This is a 150-year-old former warehouse building that's been discussed several times this morning, and it has been clear of adjacent buildings we know at least since 1904 and possibly since the 1880s. The north facade of this building, even though its front face is on Greenwich Street, the north facade is a highly visible exposure, and its appearance has been part of the historic character of the historic district extension. Community Board Number 2 specifically noted this in its recitals to its decision. Third, the proposed plan will introduce a somewhat overbearing, shall we say, unneighborly structure into this area of the West Village that I am concerned will swallow up the appearance of the historic buildings that is going to be squeezed in between. It's just disproportionate. It's going to attract attention. You'll see the new building, you won't see the history. Using materials matching the color of the neighboring structures is an attempt to contextualize it, but that's not enough to compensate for its modern design and the heavy use of glass, especially in the connecting structure. In conclusion, while the school may need to expand, and quite legitimately so, and we really wish them the best with their expansion plans, the school should not be allowed to expand in this way. Our landmarks laws and public policies require that the design of any expansion should be responsibly in context with the aesthetic and historic context of the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nichols, followed by Michael Arlo. There's no Ms. Nichols coming up.
Ms. Nichols was unable to stay. She'll submit her comments online.
All right, Michael Auerbach, followed by Amy Kiplock.
I'll be brief. My name is Michael Auerbach. I'm a lifelong New Yorker from downtown. My son attends Village Community School. He's a third grader. I'm a former CP3 member and have presented and advised this board on numerous occasions over the past 20 years. The matter before you today is really about landmarks, and so my comments are specific to that. Just looking at the picture up on the screen, as we can see, the building's design is probably, in my experience, one of the more purposeful designs in terms of scale, in terms of proportion, and in terms of relevance, not only for the structure and the desire for what it is as a school, but also its relevance for the community and for the time that we live in. As you can see just in this picture, we see many different scales, many different years of design, and many different structures, all within 5 or 6 buildings of each other. The importance of being respectful of our past is also understanding that we've innovated and we have new technologies and new designs and new sensibilities. And so while this design certainly has a fluid approach to the original structure and the 2002 structure, it certainly is in context with the neighborhood, providing us with light and joy, and I mean playfulness is a really good descriptor that was used in our landmarks community meeting, and just find it all just extraordinarily contextual for the neighborhood. So I'm looking at the same picture everybody else is, and it just feels like it's been a part of the community for years, and it will be part of the community for years to come.
Amy Kiplock, followed by Allison.
Hello, my name is Amy Kiplock. I have 2 children who attend Village Community School, and I'm a volunteer for the school. Not so long ago, I lived in the West Village for a number of years and still value the beauty and historical significance of the neighborhood. I believe the proposed BCS building project before you today would preserve the legacy of the school building's 19th century roots, add distinction to this unique and landmark neighborhood, and will continue to promote harmony of design in the neighborhood. Almost all the buildings in the historical district are faced with brick and are ornamented by contrasting brick, masonry, and metal. The materials proposed in the VCS building design are made of the same materials and will blend in with neighboring buildings appropriately. The height of the proposed VCS building is in keeping with the height of the buildings within the same block along Greenwich Street. The overall mass of the proposal is actually much smaller than many of the large warehouse buildings in the district. The scale of the VCS addition will therefore vary with the scale of neighboring buildings in the immediate area. The buildings in the district illustrate a wide variety of dates, uses, volume, and scale, into which the massing of the proposed fits very nicely. The proposed building design will continue to allow VCS to welcome the West Village community to use the proposed addition in a variety of ways, while providing for the educational needs of West Village children and families. The proposal respects neighborhood preservation in every way. Much time, care, and attention has been spent on respecting the historical context of the neighborhood by Village Community School and its architects. The proposed building plans are of a small-scale design, thoughtful and respect the historical origins of the neighborhood, and in harmony with neighboring buildings. I urge the Commission to approve the plans for the school in full. Thank you.
Thank you. Allison Schreiber, followed by Thomas Navarro.
Hi, my name is Allison Schreiner. I have 3 sons at VCS. I have 2 8th graders and a 3rd grader. For the past 9 years, my family has been going to VCS for drop-off and pick-up every day, and with other school activities, we can be on the corner of 10th and Greenwich up to 3 times a day. VCS is a West Village school. It's red brick, and the height of the building meaning that it fits seamlessly into the neighborhood. VCS emphasizes community in its educational philosophy. Our kindergarten and first grade social studies curriculum focuses on getting to know their community, which means getting to know VCS and the West Village. They spend field trips going to visit Jefferson Market, the police station, the post office, and local businesses. Each grade at VCS focuses on nonprofit work for a local community organization. VCS has always been part of the West Village community, and I do think that this new addition will allow the community to be more a part of VCS. The windows will highlight and celebrate what students are doing every day, from science to art and to gym. I'm also a business owner. I own 3 kids indoor play spaces in New York City, and I'm very aware of the importance that natural light plays in a kid's play and learning space, especially in a space like VCS where a lot of the work is being done in hallways and in stairways, group work and project work. I know a few people here mentioned that they liked having the open space that our big yard, that's our play yard, provides for the neighborhood. I think sadly we're all very aware that in this day and age that's becoming increasingly a security risk that we as parents and administrators should probably get ahead of. I do believe that this design allows us to give the students what they're needed to thrive in a way that's extremely consistent with the historical neighborhood designs. And I ask that the committee approves VCS's plans.
Thank you. Thomas Navarro, followed by Kristen Lynch.
Thank you. My name is Thomas November. I'm a school parent and a member of the board and secretary. I have a daughter in 6th grade and 1 daughter at VCS and 1 daughter who graduated last fall, or last spring. I think there's been a lot of conversation around aesthetics, and I think when it comes to aesthetics, it's fair to say in a city as rich in diversity as ours, we're never satisfy everyone's tastes, and all of which are equally valid, all of which are equally valid. But I think that we have to look beyond just what personal people think about how this building looks in the neighborhood. So for myself in doing that, the reason I support the design choices made by the architect is because of, I think, the tremendous amount of energy and thought and consideration they dedicated to the proposed structure's context within its beautiful historic neighborhood. I think you can look at this objectively and understand how they referenced very carefully the vocabulary surrounding buildings by drawing on the materials, by drawing on the rhythmic facade details, and most importantly perhaps by drawing on its appropriately low-lying scale. In a city that's defined by such incredible richness, as well as progressive thinking, thinking that continually evolves throughout our history, I think that this proposed structure truly respects both of these crucial tenets of the city. In one of the last meetings, I suppose that our architects could have done what was suggested in one of the last meetings, where a community member suggested or asked, why don't we just copy and paste one of the building that's to the west of the addition that we made to the west of the historic site. And I think that flies in the face of what the city is all about. I think that this building was nods its head very respectfully to its historic context, while also being appropriate design for our current day. Where would we be if we didn't progress past our foundings in the 17th century? What would the landscape and the architecture look like in the city if it never evolved and we just copy and pasted buildings? I thank you very much for your consideration and hope that you will approve the school plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Christian Lynch, followed by Fred Kelly.
Fred Kelly, can I speak to you? Hello, I am a longtime neighbor of BCS. I live on Greenwich Street, a block away, and I'm familiar with the big gray wall. As a longtime neighbor of BCS, I look forward to the addition of a technologically advanced building that combines the history of the West Village with the future that the students represent. I think the open spaces and being able to see what's going on in there is super exciting, and I really think this is a great addition to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Fred Kelly, followed by Jeremy Morrisburg.
Fred Kelly's in support, but city design, respectfully.
Okay. Jeremy Morrisburg, followed by Caitlin Moore.
Thank you for the opportunity to voice my support for the design of the proposed addition to Village Community School this morning. I'm a parent of two children at the school. I have a 5th grader and a 2nd grader. I'm also a longtime resident of the West Village. I live less than a block away from the school. I look at it every day from my windows, and I'm very familiar with the area. I'm impressed and encouraged by the extent to which the proposed design fits into the scale and the visual aesthetic of the surrounding area. The West Village has been an epicenter for new development in the last several years, and numerous buildings have been added without, for the most part, damaging the overall character of the neighborhood or overshadowing its historical value. I think that's a credit to the work of the LPC. The proposed VCS design can and does extend the tradition of adding new and necessary space to the area, while maintaining a commitment to the scale, the building materials, the proportions of the neighborhood. For example, the proposed facade of the building blends very nicely with the existing architecture and maintains the continuity of the block. The brick of the facade matches the surrounding historic brick buildings in color and design, while managing to be both classic and modern. The large windows on the Greenwich Street corner allow abundant light into the communal areas of the school and represent the connection between the inner spaces of the school and the neighborhood in which it resides. The height of the building is in scale with its surroundings. This is the overall volume of the proposed addition. Nothing in the renderings I've seen makes the building seem out of place, and in fact, I believe it enhances and upholds its historic value of the neighborhood while providing much needed new space for the BCS community. So with that all in mind, I respectfully ask the Landmarks Preservation Commission to approve the beautiful and contextually appropriate design for the BCS's new addition. Thank you.
Thank you. Caitlin Moore, followed by Rich Lobel.
Caitlin Moore was unable to stay to make remarks. She will also submit online.
Okay, thank you. Rich Lobel.
Chair, Commissioners, good morning. Richard Lobel, Sheldon Lobel PC, and we represent BCS at their BSA application. Really briefly, I just want to correct a couple of errors that were now in the record, considering the testimony of Michael Haler. attorney who previously spoke. The first is the nature of the application at BSA. We're not requesting a new waiver at BSA. This is an amendment application of the existing 2001 grant from BSA, which looks to one aspect of bulk regulations, lot coverage, and seeks to extend that waiver to this corner property. And the second was that there was an unsubstantiated comment with regards to what the character is in this historic district generally, and a statement with regards to open space categorizing the district. So I leave it to our architectural and preservation professionals. I feel that they did a fine job presenting the proposal as well as a project which is supported by, as the chair and commissioners have heard, many of the historic preservation councils that have spoken today. But I would briefly state that with regards to the nature of this area, and specifically this lot, the 1886 building maintains a lot coverage of existing roughly 85.8%, which is greater than about 65% is the permitted lot coverage for that interior lot. The lot coverage that's requested for the corner lot is 92%. This is not 92% above an arbitrary number. It is there's an existing permitted lot coverage of 70%. So, in fact, the waiver that's sought at BSA for the corner lot is almost directly proportional to the same waiver existing on the historic block of the 1886 building. So, in closing, we would say that the zoning waivers here are, while they'll be heard in another forum, we feel that the record was definitely needed correction with regards to a characterization of what was requested. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here who'd like to speak on this application? Yes, please, come up and state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna Cantor, a longtime West Village resident, and I thank you so much for listening to me in speaking in opposition of this proposal. I believe the windows in the proposed additional building are unambiguously more modern than the windows of the original school building and even the ones on the 2002 edition, thus making the building markedly more glossy and modern than its surroundings and making it lack charming character of the West Village in which it exists. In addition, the building completely obscures the historic 692 Greenwich Street North facade. There is an opportunity to build a large gym and modern educational facilities that BCS kids certainly need, while still considering a design that does not completely obscure a treasured historic facade. I respectfully ask that the design be reconsidered to be more mindful of the historic character of this block. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Okay, I just want to note for the record that we have received a letter from Assemblymember Glick opposing the application in terms of the design and concerns about process issues with respect to the Board of BSA actions necessary. And we also received a resolution from Community Board 2 that approves demolition of the garage structure but denies the proposal for the new building, and all of those are in for us to review. Would you like to respond to the comments? And if you could just also speak specifically about the comment that was raised in the testimony about the open space in this particular historic district.
Yes, so I'm happy to do that. First of all, I would just like to say that while there was some discussion about the gym not being the driver for the new building, I think it was misunderstood that the play yard, the sky yard, is at the top of the building, and that is replacing the playground that we have today. Jonathan will speak in a moment about the design and elaborate on that, just to be very clear. I have 3 points. One has to do with the demolition of the existing garage building. When the commission deliberates on a historic district and designates it, they do so for the history, for the quality of the architecture, and a very special sense of place. And there's no question that this district has a special sense of place.
not so sure about old world charm, but certainly a sense of place that represents a mixture of residential buildings, robust and enormous warehouse buildings, and other structures that have to do with the waterfront activities. Sometimes, when landmarks designates a historic district, there are buildings that get swept into the district because they're within the boundaries and are not easily excised, that do not offer the same level of historicity and scale and architectural embellishment that its neighbors do. And the commission then will deliberate on the appropriateness of the demolition of that building. In this case, I think we made the case. It's a very late addition to the district, the garage building there on the right, and that it has also been very much altered very recently for its use for the school. So I just want to make that as point one. The second one has to do with sidewalls, and Commissioner Devonshire asked specifically about the thought process on dealing with the north wall of the adjacent building to the south. And I think that it's really important to consider that buildings in New York City and in historic districts, especially when they are mid-block buildings, have their architectural expression on the street facade. And that is true of the building adjacent to the south. It's true of the school building, 1886 school building. It's true of St. Veronica's Church, which faces Christopher Street in the same block. And it's true throughout the city. And the reason that the architectural embellishment is on the street facade and the sidewalls tend to be very plain is because there was the anticipation that there would be a building to replace the open space at some point in the future. So I just wanted to make that clear, and that this building, while it certainly does not look like it did historically as a warehouse building, there are many very big warehouse buildings that are part of the historic district, and I can illustrate them if we need to, but I'd like to just move on to the next point. The third point is referring to the open plazas in this historic district. One, they're not plazas. They are part of an urban district with buildings that go around them. This particular lot had buildings on it historically, and in fact, the other open lots in the district were very heavily built with substantial buildings historically. So it's an urban district. It's not a suburban district where you might have yards and that sort of thing, and lawns in front. This is an urban district, and there are certainly parks that exist in the Greenwich Village district. This is not a park, it's a playground, and has operated that way for a long time. And it's appropriate to build a new building on a lot that has historically been built on, and to build it with its juncture to the sidewall historic building. Do you have any questions for me? Jonathan, do you want to speak to the design aspects of the appropriateness?
Thank you, Commissioners, and thank you, Lisa. I would like to, first off, talk about the Sky Yard. We're one of the design excellence architects for the School Construction Authority, working on their schools throughout the city, and the lower schools, particularly the middle schools, have a requirement and a guideline for a proportional open space for the amount of students and square footage in the building. And the Sky Yard that we're simply lifting to the rooftop is well, BCS is not part of the SCA's program, but this is in keeping with what is now part of hundreds of schools throughout the city in terms of dedicating open space play area outside for its students. I think the idea in our architectural approach was to always be referencing the DNA of the existing buildings, albeit in a horizontal way. And the asymmetry, beginning with the 1886 building, is something that we chose to really take on in the overall massing of the building, both on the West 10th Street elevation, but also in a dramatic way on the Greenwich Street elevation. And it's just really a celebration. I think the variety of fenestration, the dynamic appeal, both for the users of the building, but also for the community looking back at the building to appreciate the kind of the celebration of what it's like to be a student, and the curiosity and the adventure of being a student. And I want to just end with that thought, is that this is a school. It's not a residential building, it's not a commercial office building, and I think we worked very carefully as a team to make it feel like a school, both on the inside and on the outside, and really hope that this discussion has been helpful. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, so can we have a motion to close the hearing? All in favor? The hearing is closed. Greg, can I start with you?
First, I want to thank all those that testified. I think probably all the commissioners learned from the testimony. It was uncommonly civil. Thank you very much for that. Kind of equally those supporting and those dissenting on this. I don't want to parallel the national discourse, but maybe we could. It's really enlightening to learn and to see neighbors who might disagree generally agree. I think that this school is an important part of the village and the city. And I think I just will add to that I think it's an incredibly important signal that so many schools in this city need to expand. It's really a helpful sign that this city is producing so many kids and that their needs being reflected in schools mean that those schools have to change and often enlarge, even when they don't enlarge the number of students, as it was said from the start by the head of the school. So, thank you again for that. I really enjoyed the hour or so, or even more, that we listened to you all. So what do I think? It's a very interesting design. You could make it very complicated, and I don't want to hog the time here. My other fellow commissioners will want to speak, so I've boiled it down to a very simple few things that I think about this. First of all, having listened, though, very carefully to the testimony, I do think that it is appropriate to demolish the garage as it is on the site, the 1945 garage with very little, if any, distinguishing qualities about it. And secondly, I do think it's appropriate to build on the site, although some suggested it was not. I think it is appropriate that we can build a building on this open space site. So with that watershed, at least for me, I move forward and have 3 points that I would think that I would, as a design critique, I would think I would suggest. One, although because I mentioned this at the get-go, I think that the vertical and horizontal analysis that was brought out is very interesting and cogent and it makes sense to me, but I would just think that maybe in a slight tweaking of the design, that the verticals might be more emphasized than they are. But it's simply tweaking the design. It's not a change particularly. I think, and this is a good picture on the screen to show this, that the large windows are appropriate, but that they're too large. And I think they should just be reduced in width. And I think the schema that's been developed by the architectural vocabulary here can easily do that. There's a system to do that. And I just think maybe the elimination of maybe 2 of them or something like that. But still, a larger window at that corner is appropriate, but it's just, to me, it's just a little too large. I have no problem, by the way, with the glassy link. I think it's well done. In fact, I wish the other link were a little glassier than it is, but that's a glassy link that's appropriate. I think viewing kids up and down those stairs will be a very positive thing, both for the school as well as for the community to see that activity. Third, I would like to think that there's a way, but I see that the plans make it perhaps difficult, but at least the architect might work on the idea of making somewhat more transparent the street level, so that we don't have quite as much blank wall. You know, that blank wall is designed well, and this gray brick that's been chosen, perhaps we can open up in some ways a little bit more so that the sidewalk and the experience of walking on the streets of New York, particularly Village, is a little more interesting. Those are my comments.
Yeah, I agree. I want to thank the community for their thoughtful input, and I want to thank the applicants for really for an excellent, thorough, and also very thoughtful presentation on the addition. You know, the question as you alluded to is, how do we enable institution of learning? Or could even be, we've had the same question with cultural institutions, to expand and physically expand and evolve in terms of their offerings to meet their mission, in this case education, of the body and the mind and the spirit, in a way that's functionally coherent, but also speaks to the existing architecture of the assemblage and architecture and character of the neighborhood. It's not that easy. And in this particular instance, you actually have quite a bit of square footage to play with based on the zoning. And I thought that the way that this was addressed was conservative and understated and really very, very successful. I first initially thought, that space is going to, that open space is going to lose. What happens? Where's the gym going? Where's the playground going? It created almost like this delicious sandwich with the gymnasium on the bottom and the playground on the top. And then in the middle is this very important assemblage of, what everyone wants, which is, the classrooms, the labs, and the workshop, the wood, working shop, and all of the other important spaces that make up the needs of what this educational institution is all about. And I applaud you for the way you did it, and I think the top of the building, could have been just open, which would have meant that the building was shorter. But I think by extending the top with the faux facade and keeping it open, not only creates a sense of openness, but in terms of the line of the structures, the horizontal line, I understand your strategy makes perfect sense, and it speaks not only to the height of the buildings down the street, but across the street, this had been a more vertical building, it would not have made sense. I, do think in 2018, more than 100 years, maybe 132 years after the first building was built, which is so beautiful and so thoughtful and in the most understated way. You developed your own vocabulary of asymmetry, and a lot of it has to do with transparency, and that is what's a very important component of architecture today. Transparency, this idea of understanding what's going on the inside, bringing in light. Light is very important, whether it's residential or commercial, and certainly education. These kids need light. If you look at university buildings today, they're all glass. Now, that's not appropriate here. And you mixed, you brought that in, which actually broke up what could have been a massive street wall on West 10th Street, but still it serves as a connector so that you understand that this is one institution, and I applaud that. I actually don't have a problem with the height of the windows on Greenwich Street. I think they're, again, a wonderful way to not only have transparency, but it speaks to some of what's going on the street. And school buildings, as I said, don't have to be closed up. I hope the windows are, secured just in terms of, acts of violence that we're thinking about every day in our lives, no matter what the structure is. I also want to say that the materials that you've used are really high quality, and they harmonize well together, and they work well with what's there, and I thank you for that as well. So I think overall the building's extremely successful. I think you opened it up on the bottom as much as you could, given the fact that you have to put that gym somewhere, and that is a place where it goes in many urban settings. So that's it. Thank you. John?
I'm going to try to be brief and cover a bunch of different points here. I think demolition of, even though I'm the great garage lover of the crowd, I think demolition of the garage is just fine. I think the side wall of 692 is a loss, but it's not, for me, doesn't rise to the level of preventing this from being built. The massing of the building is, I think, modest and creates a balance around the oldest building that works. I agree with Fred on the adjusting the grayness and solidness of that wall on the street level. I also agree with Fred on the idea that the glass can be reduced. I understand the need for it, but the way it's designed right now gives it a bit of a 1960s California high school look, which is a little bit much for the village. But I think that could be adjusted. That's a tweak. And I think if there's any reason to fill in open space in the village, I think this is actually quite a good one.
I'm going to jump to Anne. You have time to maybe review the materials.
Well, first I want to commend the applicant for a very thoughtful presentation and design. It's a very well thought out building and with this relationship to the listed, especially with the original 1863 building. And I really appreciate the glass link, just sort of as a signifier, the break between the old and the new. And I'd like to analysis of how the building design wraps around the corner, that carries the building down 10th and onto Greenwich. But I do agree with previous commissioner's testimony that those corner windows are still really large. It could be reduced in size and still be effective to create that relationship to that community. I think less successful is the ground floor. It's like before, But I think it would be, there's definitely still an opportunity to break up those expanses of solid brick and obscure glass with some clear glass perhaps, and maybe just a little more tying it to design of the original building. And I'm also a little concerned about the color of that gray, and wondering if it could be moderated to something more like the buff limestone that's on the original building. And I'd really like to see, really great if you could see the original north wall, 652, but I wonder if there's a way to use the stair that's in that location to create that, some of those windows in that location, and expose that wall inside the stair, so there's a little bit of oxygen.
Thank you, Diana. I agree with the demolition of the garage and building on site. And many of the comments of the other commissioners have already been stated. I do think that the general horizontality and differentiated design works for me to help really separate this new building from the existing building, which to me is very important. That shouldn't seem like a historic extension, but should be clearly differentiated. I also think that the glass link is okay, is fine, I'm all right with that. I do, and I think that the building in general is sufficiently referential in the direction it's taken, with some of the tweaks that are being suggested, which I think are pretty minor to the design. The one thing I feel uncomfortable with is that there's no sense of the pillar coming down at the corner, because you've got this sort of one-bladed look on one side of it, on the ground floor. The rest of the masonry is coming down, and I'm getting a sense of the solidly feathered building, and that one of the corners that bothers me, that there's nothing behind. I think that's it.
Thanks, Diana. Kim? I too agree that the garage, and I think that's appropriate for that sort of demo, and filling the yard, I think it's acceptable. Since they're elevating the yard up on the roof. Brick and masonry on the facade, I agree with, but again, I think the corner could use a little more masonry going towards the going here. The glass links are fine. I do wonder about the height of that second floor, where that library is, and whether that's too high, or if we can reduce the proportion by adding some masonry, adding back some brick to reduce the size of that room. And I too, I'm glad that the team actually were able to enlarge on that site, because I went to a high school in the middle of Manhattan, which is Stuyvesant, and we had to walk, I guess, a half a mile over to the East River to actually get exercise. So kids here were doing good. They were walking back and forth, and the Lower East Side was still in the park, a whole different thing. So I'm very glad they were able to enlarge inside here, where they always have been. And so I thank them for their efforts, and I think it's actually a very good project, and I applaud it. Thank you, Michael.
Okay, I agree with everyone else about the garage and about the appropriateness of the massing in general. One thing that I'm kind of concerned about is the removal of the wall that surrounds the current play area on 10th Street, which appears to date back to 1907. The comment was made that it was modified or repaired, but it does seem to be something that is both long-standing and historical in nature, and it's also more or less what they've got there now, which is a solid wall along the base. So it seems to me like a request to maintain it in some fashion would be both doable and appropriate from a preservation point of view. Number one. Number two, I don't share Fred's and others' exact concerns about the quantity of the glass. But what I would suggest is that, for me, what makes it feel inappropriate is the way that it is articulated. I think that the regularity of it, the similarity to a kind of standard curtain wall kind of system with regular spacing, regular sizes of mullions, it feels off the shelf and standard in a commercial way, whereas if you look at the windows of the main building and of many of the other buildings in the neighborhood, both on warehouse buildings, industrial buildings, and residential buildings, there's a sense of variety of scale and texture to the way that the building is fenestrated, even if it has large expanses of glass, that make it less commercial in feel like this. So I don't think that the extent is wrong, I think that the articulation is wrong. And I think that one could break down and give a sense of scale and appropriateness to those large windows by modifying the way it is glazed, the elements used, portions of the pieces of glass that would give it a scale that was more appropriate to the district and didn't feel as wrong as people are finding it. I wanted to say that put in yet another pitch for contextual zoning, and I think that this is the kind of project that should allow for modifications to the zoning criteria like lot coverage when it serves a historic preservation purpose, as this mass does. I think it was a curious choice to, like Jeannie said, to integrate the play yard into the volume of the brick. I'm not sure I understand why it was done. I think it, I don't find it inappropriate, but I think it was just a curious thing to do, in that it kind of increased the scale of the building while, in a way, kind of masking this functional variation in the way the building was planned out. That's it.
Michael?
I agree with what many of the things that my colleagues have mentioned about the garage, the hyphen, and Fred's comments about street level transparency. I think that would be appropriate. I'm still struggling with the 692 issue. There's something about what Michael said also about the, if you're celebrating the play space, you don't build a 15-foot wall around it. You let us see what else is going on. I'm still troubled by the sidewall. For me, at 692, may have been constructed as a secondary facade with no ornamentation, but it is the remnant of that facade that tells us what that building did historically. And I think there's no diminishing that historic artifact. And so I'm troubled by something that's going to completely cover it. I think Ann's idea about making it somewhat transparent is an appropriate idea. It's not about light and air for me. It's about my responsibility as an advocate for existing historic fabric to remain. And so we've got a talented architectural firm. I think they could remask this in a way that would at least partially expose some of the windows on the building, and that's what I'd be able to approve.
Okay, thanks, Michael. Okay, so I think I have many of the same thoughts that have been expressed today. I also am fine with the demolition of the garage. It was largely reconstructed recently in 2006. And with respect to the wall, I think I understood that it was also reconstructed, but it may have been repaired and
I'd be okay with its removal, but I think there is some historic ironwork that could be thought about, and as you suggested, perhaps it could also be incorporated into the base, which may solve some of the base issues that come up. Generally speaking, in terms of the height and scale, I think this fits in with the district. The designation report talks about a variety of building types that characterize the district that include small residential buildings, warehouse buildings, as has been noted, and institutional buildings such as this school. And for me, enclosing the play yard within the facade actually helps this building to relate back to the campus itself in terms of its height, even though it is still a little more horizontal. So I find that the height and the massing in this case to be appropriate. With respect to design and materiality, I think, the brick materials are very harmonious. I think, as some people have mentioned, that the base brick, I think it's a little bit more buff than some of the other materials, and so it would be interesting next time to see how it actually also ties back to the campus, and perhaps exploring some of the materials on the existing wall. And the historic building is very, very rich in terms of its materials and its fenestration, and I think that the fact that it's so asymmetrical is very interesting, and I think that this design responds to that asymmetry in a very kind of abstract and contemporary way that I find to be appropriate. I do agree that the large window does have a different scale, and for me, it could be a combination of, it could be either reducing the size of it proportionally, or as Michael has suggested, also thinking about the articulation within it and just providing a little bit of texture articulation that might address the scale without necessarily changing the opening size. I also think the glass link is a nice way to separate the historic building from the new building and signals that transition. But I do think that this large glass opening has some relationship to that link, and it sort of, again, ties this new expansion together and really interprets its connection to the historic building. So I think that the thoughts that you have about articulating that the large glass windows, you may want to also carry over to the connector. And sort of keep it together. And, with respect to the last stair hall, I personally am fine with a building that abuts an adjacent building. I think the designation report talks about this building as has a long history on the adjacent warehouse building, and then it talks in a small paragraph about historic features. It talks about the cornice being historic, facade windows obviously being altered. And there's just a sentence that mentions that the sidewall was stuccoed. And I do think that historically that is the pattern in the city. Sidewalls were built up against. And so for me that would work. But if you want to, as you think about your glass elements, you want to also think about that glass tower, stair tower on the other end. And maybe there is a way to give you a peek in that might address some of the concerns that are at this table. But I think in large part, today we have had a very robust discussion. We've had a lot of testimony that has been very informative to the discussion. I think that for the most part you have a consensus of support for a building of this size and scale here, and that we're talking about adjustments to some of the details. And so we'd like to see you come back with those.
The next item of business is item number 6, an application for a certificate of effectiveness in the program box number 19-150, 16 West 42nd Street, Lady Town, Historic District, Block 823, Lot 49. This is an application for a new Renaissance store lot building designed by Arden Berkmeyer and built in 1920. The application is for entrance and fill of the penalty and
We're going to take a 5-minute break. So if you all would like to step out and get fresh air and stretch your legs.
It's true.
It's our intent to try to speed you up. Get out So where were
I'm just going to tell them that they're going
We're gonna move on to the next item, and I think if that brings us, if this item brings us to one, we may just break for lunch after that, and come back to the last two items that we're scheduled for the morning.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Amy Wooden, Preservation staff. The application is to install entrance infill, canopy, and light fixtures at 16 West 22nd Street, a store and loft building between 5th and 6th Avenues in the Ladies Mile Historic District. The entrance infill and canopy will be installed at the westernmost bay, which serves as the tenant entrance to the units above. And this is a through-block building, so the work is at the north facade here. And the applicant is here to discuss the details of the project.
Hi, my name's Rajiv Fernandez. I'm from Architecture AF, and we're representing MyStar Realty Corporation. So as Amy mentioned, our location is in the Ladies Mile Historic District, and what we're proposing on the left side is the existing conditions of the building, and what we're trying to do is we're just trying to make this as seamless as transition as possible by maintaining everything as it is. The only thing we'd like to add to it is a canopy over the lobby entrance to the commercial space, and these new light fixtures that adorn the sides of the building. So as you can see in the neighborhood right now, there are many examples of canopies over entrances, and we'd like to point out that what we're proposing up here is a very simple, I think 6 feet by 5 feet projection of just an extrusion from the building, whereas many of our neighbors have more ornate canopies that aren't so typical to the block. And for example, this is actually our next door neighbor, and this is our building right here. So ours is going to be very subtle, and we hope you can take that into consideration. This is just a technical drawing of what we're proposing. And then another important thing is the glass doors into the building. So currently we have these Herculite doors, and we'd like to maintain consistency. They've been like that for the past 30 years. And not just our entrance into the lobby has it, but also the entrance into the restaurant that's located in the retail space. And this is the existing condition. It's just because lights are off in this existing picture that you can't really see through. And then finally, the last thing we'd like to propose is these exterior lights, and they are about 24 inches high, and they're contemporary, and we just like to kind of light the access to the building, and they're I believe the light output is about 3,000 K, so it wouldn't be a bright light, affecting people's eyesight to walk through. So in a nutshell, this is what we're proposing, and we hope you enjoy the presentation. Back before lunch.
Are there any questions? Yes.
Does the picture come in any other colors?
There are the colors. We chose this one, the bronze finish, because on the interior of the lobby we have some bronze finishes there, so that was a nice connection between interior and exterior.
And in terms of the way the picture fits over the rustication, you can kind of still put the into the rustication behind the picture, right?
No, it will be flush up against the existing limestone.
No, I know, but where you have those little V's,
Oh,
right, gaps, that's open, right?
Yes,
Thanks.
but it would be high up, so.
No, I know you could actually put your picture there without a ladder, but you could if you had a ladder.
Correct.
Okay, thanks. Can you just go to the elevation and go to montage? Just,
This one or?
yeah, this is good. Thank you. Okay, is there anyone who'd like to speak on this application? So we do have a resolution from Community Board 5 recommending denial unless the proposed frameless entry doors are changed to be framed and the canopy is removed from the wall. Would you like to respond to those comments?
As you can see in the neighborhood, canopies aren't typical to the original context of the building, but over the course of time, they have been added to many buildings there. And we feel that ours is not as intrusive as most of the surrounding neighbors, so it's just really a benefit for the users of the building. If it's a rainy day, they're not going to get splashed on coming in and out.
Do you want to address also the framing issue? Framing the door? Whether that's-
Question about whether the doors should be framed.
Yes, so as I said, we like to maintain consistency of what the building's been for the past 30 years. And so by keeping these full glass doors, presents like a modern connection to, I guess, the time we're living in, but also maintaining everything else, as close to the historical context as possible.
And the doors on the other side are also frameless glass doors?
Yes, these are frameless glass doors, and then these are service doors, so those will stay as is.
Any other questions? Okay, can we have a motion to close the hearing? All in favor? Hearing is closed. If you can have a seat and we'll go into discussion. Are there any thoughts about the canopy? This was pointed out, there are a number of small canopies that throughout the district, many of them approved by the commission, at building entrances primarily. So this seems like a rather modest canopy. How do you feel about the doors matching the frameless doors on the other side of the storefront? It's fine. All right, so, yes, Kim?
How much is the canopy?
Amy, can you, Amy?
So the canopy has a 5-foot protection? Oh, do you have
The next one. Next one.
5?
Okay, 5 foot.
But that says the front building, isn't that the list?
I believe it's 5 feet.
Yeah, it looks like it's 5
Okay, so
feet
it's
wide,
5 feet
so it's
wide.
less deep. Right.
It's like 2 feet deep or something.
It's about 4 feet, 3.5, 4 and a half feet. It's 4.5 feet deep by 6 feet. The doors are really trim.
So we don't have a measurement.
About 4 feet, 3.5.
Proportionally, it looks sort of out of scale. Okay. Now, Anna, can you make a motion?
So, we're not doing the
Oh, the light fixture. Do people have any concerns about the brass finish on the light fixture, or bronze finish?
We won't leave that color for long.
Yeah, it's like a different color. The dark one might be more, might actually stand out more.
It's actually bronze. It's going to be
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay, so, in the matter of a certificate of appropriateness of Manhattan, LPC 1525950, 16 West 22nd Street, Ladies Mount Historic District. On the Renaissance stone, off building designed by William Harvey Smith and developed in 1910. Application is to install entrance infill, a canopy, and light fixtures. I know that the building style, scale, materials, and details are one of the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Ladies Mount Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not damage, obscure, or replace any significant architectural features, with the proposed entrance infill featuring a pair of doors and black finished metal transom will relate harmoniously to the existing infill at the base of the building in terms of proportions and finish, and will be in keeping with contemporary entrance infill found throughout the historic district. That the proposed metal and glass canopy featuring a pin-mounted address number will be simply designed well scaled to the entrance and will not detract from the significant architectural features of the building, and that the light fixtures will be installed in previously approved locations and are well scaled to the facade.
All in favor? Any opposed? That's approved. So I think we will break for lunch, we'll come back about 1:25. Start, get inside after lunch, and those items,
That's a big roundabout.
Okay, Commissioners, we're going to start the afternoon session. Starting with item number 7, this is LPC 19-26801, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, block 1404, lot 147. 160 East 70th Street in the Upper East Side Historic District. An Italianate-style row house originally designed by William McNamara and built in 1872-74. Redesigned with neoclassical style elements by Wallace Prey in 1925 and altered again in 1961 by Thomas Frisch. Application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions. Please note this was advertised previously with additional work, including altering and reconstructing the front facade and excavating the areaway. That is not being pursued at this time, but may come forward at a future hearing.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Commissioner Al-Shabrami of the Preservation staff. The application before you is 160 East 70th Street, which is located in the Upper East Side Historic District. The proposed work includes the construction of a rooftop addition, an elevator bulkhead, and a small portion of the flue will be visible over the primary elevation. At the rear, the applicant is proposing the construction of a full-height rear yard addition that will project approximately 7 feet deeper into the rear yard than the historic rear facade. The rear facade will feature brick cladding, punched openings, and multi-height windows, Juliet balconies at lower floors, and a roof deck at the roof of the L. The architect, Alan Berman of Archetype, is here to discuss the proposal.
Okay, so again, no work occurring in the front for now. That will hopefully be under a later application. So in the rear, we currently have an existing addition, or from way back when, originally building, and we have a little sort of patio in the back. The patio is at the 30-foot mark for the rear yard. So we're looking to expand 2 floors to match, that's the parlor floor. So the 2 floors above that, we're looking to pull them out 2 feet 11 inches to line up to the 30-foot rear yard where that current balcony is. If that makes sense. and I'll show more in the next drawings. Basically, historical maps, where we are, with the building in the center. This is existing. So this parapet on the roof is actually set back, and I'm not sure in the sight lines if we saw the parapet. We did not see it. You will not see it standing either on the street until you get up across the street on the top floor. Next slide. So here is where the building comes out now, which also has an ugly sort of fire escape there and above. We're getting rid of the fire escapes. And basically, again, pulling floors 2 and 3 out to line up with this balcony floor here, where you see the brick on the left. And instead of a stair and a fire escape, we're going to put 2 Juliet balconies. Again, is the existing rear. Existing rear. Get the pointer on there. Here's the fire escape. Here's the stair. And again, we're proposing to get rid of all that. Next slide. So again, if you look at our building in the center, you can see the dark area right there is 2'11" that we're popping out to match the parlor floor, keeping the 30-foot rear setback and keeping the old addition. Next. More pictures of the same. So as far as the bulk goes, we are, and I'll show you in the next slide, we're in the front of the building keeping all the floor levels the same. In the top floors in the back of the building, we're depressing 2 of the existing floors, floors 3 and 4, in order to get a 5th floor, a partial 5th floor, still under the 60-foot limitation that the street requires. This again is just neighbors behind us, but they've done full height extensions and brick. Let's keep going. So this is the current section, and you'll see we have a ground floor and 4 floors above. So in the new section, we're proposing to depress those 2 top floors down, and in the orange is how far we're going up 1 floor, and we're still under 14, so we're at the 60 point. We're at the 60 point. In the back, you see the 2'11", actually at this level it's 7'5". Up on the top to all line up to the 2'11" below. On the top floor we're extending out 7'5". And then there's a bulkhead, that's the old, that's the new. There'll be an elevator and stair bulkhead. Okay, next. The existing facade there, the proposed facade here. Pretty straightforward. I'm sure you'll have questions. Okay, next. And this is just some folks around the city. Here's also what you can see. There is one small part of the chimney that you can't see from the street that we need to raise by code. And through the trees in the side street around the corner, you can sort of make out also a part of the bulkhead of the chimney. But that's as much that's actually visible from the street. These are the setups to show you the massing of the bulkhead and the roof. There again, there's a roof deck on top of the new floor and to the side of the new floor. And again, the mock-up. And that's where we meet the 60 feet. And that dotted line on the top is still within the 60 feet, within the confines of the habitable structure, and the bulkhead pops above. So there's the existing plan demo, there's the extension down below of the 2'11" to line up, 2'11" to line up, and on the upper floor we're going out 7'6" to line up to the same thing. Again, getting rid of all the ugly fire escape and just putting into very appropriate, simple Juliet balconies. And that's it. And that is the roof deck on top of the new floor, and the lower roof deck on the same level as the new floor. So thank you.
Questions? Yes, Ken.
Where's the excavation?
The excavation in the cellar? Yeah, there's some excavation in the cellar. There'll be some underpinning on the shared wall to the property to the east of us. There will be no underpinning on the wall to the west of us. As far as here, we have footings existing, which we're basically lining up to the existing footing below and rising up straight to the 30-foot consistent sort of back of the house.
Can you just talk to us a little bit about, is this building one part of a row? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Sure. So
And-
there were
And how the rear facades relate to each other at the back?
okay. So the row in front, there were three, go back to the front. 3 of the townhouses were built by one developer and 2 were built by another. So I'm going to walk over. So these 3 here were exactly alike, and our neighbor recently, or a few years ago, put back the stoop and enhanced the brownstone and put back detail and also did some roof work. To the right of us, this was our twin house when it was built. At some point before designation, they basically got rid of all the ornament and stuccoed it. We'd like to do some work again in the future, but we're not at the point where we're sure. We're going to show you guys, yeah. So that was this was the sister building here.
Can you talk about the row and the back?
Yeah, so all 3 backs are pretty different. The ones to the left of us here, they put in these very large windows in the back of the main house, not on the extension. They put these very, very large windows, very little mullions, and it's basically floor to floor, sort of a modern feel. To the right of us, do we have that? That's to the right. That's to the right. So to the right, they have a more uniform look. Sort of like we're somewhere going for in between the 2. We want to keep our extension, but make the rest of the house fairly uniform going up, as they did.
So currently, are they all 3 the same height?
They are, but the floors occur at a different place, and so it's a little confusing.
And then, so the one on the left has a full height L extension?
Yes.
All right, and the
Yeah.
one on the right is just pushed out?
Yeah. So compared to the bulk of the others, what we're proposing is less than the bulk of our 2 neighbors.
Are there any other questions?
You know, the tax code, 1940s.
We did.
We haven't included it.
That was the previous meeting.
Yeah, we haven't included it since we took the.
I know, but it looks pretty darn similar except for the color. What's there now?
Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll go to public testimony, we'll come back to you afterwards. Okay, Sarah Cavalados.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sarah Camalatos from Friends of the Upper East Side Historic Districts. Friends Preservation Committee appreciates that the rear yard addition has been designed to bring order and proportion to what is currently a hodgepodge elevation within an overall disorganized rear yard donut. We're especially appreciative that the new 3rd through 6th floor windows will be constructed in double and mahogany and diminish in size where the top floors were called traditional window forms, the material seen across the district. Friends is also pleased to see that the new rooftop addition will not be visible from the public thoroughfare with the exception of the extended chimney. We note that at the Community Board 8 Landmarks Committee meeting, this application included designs for a new primary street facade as well as an expanded areaway. We commend the architects for acknowledging concerns posed by that committee and deciding to revisit that aspect of the proposal. However, we feel that it's preferable to see certificate of appropriateness applications presented in their entirety as opposed to small portions spread out over time, in which they had returned with the inclusive application for both facades and the rooftop addition. Friends has noticed that these incremental applications are becoming more prevalent, and we don't feel that this piecemeal approach fairly represents the cumulative impact of what is, in fact, a single alteration phase to a protected building. That being said, Friends does support this application as proposed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sarah. Jesse Deno.
Hi, I'm Kelly Farrell, for the Historic District Council.
HTC finds that this proposal lacks coherence and unity at the rear, using 3 different window types and a non-traditional glass ribbon. We recommend that the design be simplified for more consistency. Given the effort and resources already going into this project, it would also be nice if the front facade could also receive some architectural attention, using the historic tax photos as reference points to make the building a better neighbor. And I did hear the applicant say that that might come up in the future, but we wrote this yesterday. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. Catherine, Dana?
Catherine Dana, I'm from 15080 70th. We were disappointed to see that at the community board of 8 meeting, this was overwhelmingly denied, but we see that there have been some changes made. However, as a neighbor, I'm very concerned that this project should be carefully scrutinized, and I hope you will require plans to be resubmitted for another public hearing prior to any changes made in the facade, and not just hand it over to the landmark preservation committee staff. Neighbors ought to be able to comment on each development in the approvals process.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application? Okay, so we have a community board resolution from Community Board 8, which disapproves the application, finding that the plate glass is inappropriate, plate glass windows inappropriate, lack of masonry between second, third, and fourth floors. Neoclassical front elevations typically have masonry between windows, and so that seems to be commenting, I think, on the front facade, which is not part of this application. And in the rear facade, the proposed windows do not have divided lights and therefore are inappropriate, and the extension of the areaway to the public is inappropriate. So it's disapproved. So I'll ask you to respond to the comments, and in particular, I do want to just say in response to one of the comments in the testimony, is that if there is a proposal to restore the facade, any restoration of the front facade may be approved at the staff level, but any change to the front facade that is beyond the scope of restoration would require another application and a public hearing.
Can I speak to what the community board said? That's great. Actually, we had a wonderful meeting with the community board. Actually, we were commended by pretty much all of the members on how beautiful they felt the neoclassical facade was that we presented. As they were voting and said yay, the last person said, well, I only have a problem with the fenestration and the mullions. And I offered, I said, well, we'll change that if you like. And they're like, no, we don't do conditional approvals. So they went back and took a second vote, and based on the mullion breakup, that's when they denied the application. We also did listen to the neighbors. They were concerned about the bulkhead and having HVAC compressor units, the bulkhead. We have since then listened to the neighbors. We've moved the compressors down to the roof deck below. So even that fence that you see up top will now go away. That will not be a used area, so it actually comes down. So we've moved them down to this lower deck, and we've taken them off the bulkhead to respond to some requests from the neighbors. As far as the rear facade goes, let's go back to that. It's 100 times more consistent than what is there now. It's kind of archaic with all three buildings being so vastly different. It's not uncommon, I'm sure your experience, I've done many townhouses that I've presented to you folks, where this kind of sort of industrial metal window has been proposed and approved in the rear. Again, there's also a ton of foliage. So there's actually only one neighbor in the rear who's an architect who on his fourth floor can see this. Otherwise, these are basically in the same location, except we made this a door. These we regularized, and at one point we put all these windows together as a recent one that was approved by you folks at 16 East 94th that I've done, where we were able to sort of make a statement at the top with the 4 windows. One concern with the neighbors that maybe it should be 3 windows, more tripartite, like the back of the building might have been. We feel actually that we've regularized all this mess.
actually, your front facade has a large window at the top.
Yeah, we plan to
And the
get-
floors don't correspond.
We plan to get rid of that, yeah. We plan to make it more historical in our future application.
Are there any other questions?
Just, what's actually going on with that second story and the difference, slight difference between those two depths, the heights?
Right here, right?
Yeah.
I think it was just a detail because this is, the Juliet balcony is actually popping out. You can walk onto it, so that's the slab. Whereas here, it's just a sort of a gate in front of the window, so.
But they're the same width, these openings? One seems
These
narrow.
two match, yeah. And
Oh,
basically
those two match,
These two
those two.
match, yes.
And that wall is not, there's two different,
Two different,
They're not
right.
related.
This is back here, about 10 feet, and this is recessed back.
Okay, thank you.
so you have sort of three steps in the facade, right? So you have the L, then the parlor floor, and basement,
Oh, I see
and
that other
the
one.
Basement, parlor, first floor.
She means depths of plane.
That's the plan.
Well, right now, there's 3 steps, right? We want to make it one. Well, one, well, if you took the extension, right? So it's 2 though, Steve. 1, 2.
Yes, Angela?
Can you go back to the rear facade?
Sure.
So that short glazing at the top of the L, that's a skylight?
That's the side of the skylight, yes. Yeah, it's on a 45-degree angle. It's unconfusing elevation.
There's no rear.
No window.
We're giving light here to the bathroom.
Any other questions? Okay, then we'll have a motion to close the hearing. All in favor? The hearing's closed, so please have a seat and we'll start our discussion. Yes, Anne?
I do think that the top floor should be 3 windows.
Okay, but generally, you're fine with the projection to align with the adjacent buildings. Yeah, I think that this row has all been altered, very typical of the district anyway, as the facades being built out and altered over time. And in this particular block, it seems like there is a lot of extensions and other alterations beyond just this row. So the depth seems fine, but everybody agrees top floor should have 3 window openings. Okay, so,
All right. So I'm going to hand this over to you.
In the matter of 160 East 70th Street, Upper East Side Historic District, application is to alter an Italianate style roadhouse originally designed by William McNamara and built in 1872 to 74, redesigned with neoclassical style elements by Wallace and McRae in 1925 and altered again in 1961 by Thomas Koresh. Application is to alter and reconstruct the front facade. That's the way that works. Application is to alter and reconstruct an estimated area way to reconstruct.
This is just for the work at the rear facade, so to construct the rear yard addition. The work at the front here, Gary Way is not being presented today, will be at a future public hearing.
Application is to construct a rooftop and rear yard additions. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper East Side Historic District. I further note that houses in the historic district were often expanded and altered in the 20th century. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work at the simply designed rear facade and roof will not cause damage to any significant architectural features of the building. that except for minimal views of a flue over the primary facade, none of the work will be visible from a public thoroughfare, that many houses in the Upper East Side Historic District have a history of being expanded and altered, especially at the rear, and the neighboring buildings in this row of 3 feature rebuilt primary facades and full-height rear additions, so there is a precedent on the block for full-height rear additions. That the proposed addition will not extend further into the rear yard than the existing L or the addition at the neighbor of the building, and therefore will not eliminate the presence of a rear yard or disrupt a continuous expanse of open space. That the addition will only be a few feet taller than the adjoining altered rear facade, and the addition of the neighboring property and its height will be consistent within the range of heights of the surrounding properties. That the design of the addition and the alignment of the new rear wall with the adjoining property will relate well and be harmonious in scale to the adjoining buildings. That the materials and solid to void ratio will be compatible with the residential character of the building, and that the proposed work will not diminish the special architectural and historic character of the building or the historic district. However, the top floor should be redesigned to have 3 punched windows, similar to 3 punch windows.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so it's approved with that modification.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we're moving on to item number 8. This is LPC 19-28234, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, block 1500, lot 7501, 1082 Park Avenue in the Park Avenue Historic District. The Mediterranean Revival style commercial building designed by Flagg Camp and built in 1886 to 87 and altered in 1925 by Augustus and Alley. The application is to modify the top addition.
This item is 1082 Park Avenue, located at the northwest corner of Park Avenue and East 88th Street in the Park Avenue Historic District. The application is to modify an existing occupiable rooftop addition, which is visible from the street currently and was present at the time of designation. The proposal involves reconstruction and extending the footprint of the addition to the full width of the facade. And the proposal is being reviewed by the Commission due to the visibility of this occupiable space addition from public thoroughfares on Park Avenue and East 88th Street, including across the street in front of the building. Other changes at the roof, including mechanical installations, are not visible from the street and will be reviewed by staff. The applicant is here to discuss the proposal and answer any questions.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Is there anything you'd like to add?
No, I think that really pretty much sums it up. We're taking this existing design and we're extending it. And it'll be the same configuration, same materials, same color.
Any questions? Then we'll go to public testimony. Sarah Camalatos?
Sarah Camalatos from Friends of the Upper East Side Historic District. 1082 Park Avenue is a unique and stunning building within the Park Avenue Historic District. It is a remnant from a time period of enormous growth and change on Upper Park Avenue. Friends Preservation Committee supports the extension of the rooftop greenhouse to the north that will fill the existing gap in the windows currently visible over the parapet of the primary facade. We feel it will create a more unified appearance as viewed from multiple vantages on Park Avenue. While invisible, we also appreciate that the overall glazed area on the rear elevation of the expanded addition will be reduced. Friends of the Upper East Side supports this proposal and recommends approval of this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application? Okay, we have a resolution from Community Board 8 recommending approval of the application. Any final comments before we close the hearing? Motion to close? All in favor? Opposed? Any comments? It seems minimal change, and in some ways, by regularizing the roof may actually have better effect on the facade. Less effective.
Regarding to the 2 Park Avenue, the application is to modify roof composition. I note that the building scale, style, materials, and details are the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Park Avenue Historic District, matter of approval. Finding, the proposed work will not damage or destroy any significant historic fabric, like the expanded roof addition or replacing existing modern addition as present at the time of designation. That the addition will be set back from Park Avenue facade under the decorative ground roof and terracotta chimneys, and will not significantly increase the visibility of the grandfathered addition. But while the addition will be visible from public thoroughfare across Park Avenue, it will be seen in the context of other roof applications and other buildings. That the expansion of the existing visible addition will extend the footprint to the full width of the building and introduce symmetry at the roof line. That the addition will have similar dimensions and details to the existing addition and not overwhelm the scale of the building. The glass and metal construction will be finished in a dark color, and will not call attention to itself. And that the work will not diminish the special architectural and historic character of the building.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? That's approved. Thank you.
The Commissioners, we're going to move to a few Preservation Department public meeting items. The first is item number 1, LPC 19-29601. This is an application for an amendment for Brooklyn Block 1066, Lot 57, 929 President Street in the Park Slope Historic District. A neo-Greek style row house built in 1886. The application is to amend certificate of appropriateness 18-6913 to include legalization of railings installed in non-compliance with the permit.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Elizabeth Dagan, Preservation staff. This item is 929 President Street, located on the north side of President Street between 8th Avenue and Prospect Park West in the Park Slope Historic District. In June of 2016, the Commission reviewed a proposal for construction of a 2-story rear yard addition and a 1-story rooftop addition featuring a stair to the penthouse roof as well as railings at the new penthouse roof deck. The proposal before you today seeks to legalize the installations of railings at the roof deck, constructing in non-compliance with the CMA approval. The current railings are more visible than what was approved by the Commission. The as-built railings, as you can see in these photos, are visible over the front of the facade, as well as from oblique angles to the north and south along President Street. Here are some photos of the existing conditions at the roof, showing the new addition, as well as the metal railings around the perimeter of the roof deck. There's also some non-visible mechanical equipment in front of the addition near the cornice. The Commission is reviewing this meeting item due to the increase in visibility of the railing. At the public hearing, a mock-up was constructed and shown in the presentation, which you can see here, that depicts minimal visibility of the railing, and the current installation is taller and more visible than what was shown in the mock-up. The applicant is here to further discuss the installation and to answer any questions.
And I think we need to understand from the applicant what happened here. So, can I have a motion to open the proceedings? All in favor?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jeff Sherman. Before I get started, I just wanted to apologize. My firm has worked with landmarks for more than 20 years, doing more than 50 projects. We've never had a mistake anywhere near this order of magnitude. For us, it's a disaster, and I'm very sorry. As for the cause, we've reviewed the proposed plans and the as-built conditions and the mock-up itself as much as we can from the photos we have of it. And we concluded that the mock-up was built wrong, and we missed it. It was either too short or too far back. To ensure this never happens again, Our office has instituted a 13-point checklist for all mock-up reviews. The actual addition and railing was built as designed, as you can actually see that, which has both the proposed and the actual as-built dimensions were off by about 1.5 inches. But as you can see with the photos, the railing is considerably more visible than it was in the original mock-up. Let's see, that's how visible it is currently. Now, in terms of solutions, we've spoken with preservationists about different approaches that might be taken. Relocating the flues you see is actually fairly easy, so we would do that as a matter of course. The railings themselves, I can envision a few different possibilities for how we could approach it. Let's see, building section may be like this. The easiest, of course, is to try to disguise it with landscaping. And I have to think it's easy enough to throw lines on it that may or may not satisfy anyone, though. This is the mock-up. Let's see. Other possibilities are the idea that this uppermost roof is not an equipment roof, so there really isn't the requirement for railings at that location. We could remove the railings. Now, the problem is the ladder you see there, and on the opposite side, the stair that leads up to the top of that uppermost rooftop. We actually had to get, let me see if I can get a better drawing that shows you. We actually had to get FDNY variance approved by the FDNY to even allow this passage from the front to the back over the top of the bulkhead using this stair and that ladder. I think the idea of actually getting rid of the railing around the ladder and the stair would create an unsafe condition. I'm not sure we can even get DOT approval, much less FDNY. Preservationists have also discussed the possibility of moving this stair back further, or actually just, I guess, creating a new stair that's back further on the roof. But there's still the issue of the ladder in the front, and I just don't know if we'd be able to get the railing removed around that portion, although perhaps around the rest of this roof.
The question is where the photographs look like it was the bottom left corner that is visible. Is there other corners that are visible? Or is the whole thing visible?
This corner is visible, and from the other end of the street, this corner is visible.
Would it be, you said the railing itself is not required at all, and you're concerned about keeping the railing is for FDNY purposes?
Right. When I say not required at all, I mean there is no equipment up on this roof, so it's not required for that purpose. It would only be required for the safety of the stair and the ladder. Another possibility is there is a handrail. Let's see if I can show it to you. We have a detailed drawing of it, but you can actually see this handrail, which is sort of the most prominent aspect of that railing when seen from the street. We could remove that handrail over, I believe, the entire portion that's visible from the street. So all you can see is the horizontal members.
Would it be possible to go back to the out to an angle like one corner there after you come up the stairs to eliminate the visibility there, and then maybe some adjustment?
Well, I think some adjustment to that portion of the railing.
Thinking about the corner, the first thing is the corner that we come up from the ladder.
Yeah, I'll go to the plan.
That could be angled maybe.
So this corner.
Yeah, if you like cut that corner is what I'm thinking that.
Can you explain a little bit about the fire department
Yes.
requirements?
There's a 6-foot clear path required by the fire department from the front of the roof all the way to the back of the roof. You have no obstructions in that pathway. The bulkhead itself is an obstruction in that pathway, but they allowed it because we have a ladder located here. The path is this zone here and that zone here. You can see the mark right there. So the ladder has to be on that clear path. And then as you go up over, the stair itself also has to drop down that clear path.
And so you need a railing on either side of that passage, or do you, obviously you need it on the one side.
On the
so it'll fall
dangerous
off.
side,
On the
yes.
dangerous side, do you need it on the other side as well?
No, I don't believe we do need it. Well, on this side, we have a skylight shaft that's effectively serving as a railing. And this is, at the top of the bulkhead, this is level, so there's no danger of slipping off. I mean, we might, if we got rid of this railing along here, the DOB might ask us to add one here. Possibly.
Can you just go back to the views and show how you see both of these sides?
That.
Okay, so you could eliminate the view on the left, and then the view on the right would stay in the scenario that we're talking about.
That's correct.
Sorry, and there's no way to push back just the rail and make that part of the sort of terrace smaller?
So the railing around the terrace is actually not required because there's no equipment. I'm not sure it's even a terrace up there. So they can actually eliminate that. It's the railing on the right-hand side where the ladder is.
Yes.
Yeah, it is actually a roof deck that's, well, I'll show you the picture of it. It's this roof deck. So it would be an unusable roof deck. We would remove this railing in the front of it, rendering it unusable. In terms of pushing the railing back the way you described, that is the only access to the roof deck. So, or go back to that plan, if we push the railing back, it would shut off access to that roof deck. So this is only a 3-foot wide passage right here. So
We push the railing back and then a ladder to the rear terrace. So you can access.
A ladder here and a ladder there.
The ladder from the roof deck portion of it.
Oh, up to, yes, I see, yeah,
Up to the deck. So, I guess the question is, the amount of railing that you would see on the right-hand side in conjunction with that ladder, do we feel that that is minimally visible enough in this row? Where there is a uniform roof line, but I believe there are a few obstructions within that.
To go back to the photo of this building, is that tree, if you're, I guess that's here across the street, but the tree is in front of the...
From some locations that we have.
there are actually lots of trees on the block, so from various locations you can't see through trees. Yeah.
Everybody comfortable with that? Okay.
Very good.
No,
The horizontals are very, very minimal. The question is, can the vertical post be lightened up?
Oh, and I think the entire railing could be replaced with something, maybe a glass railing or something like that. You would need, conceivably, it could be a glass railing that's anchored only at its base, so you would have nothing but glass.
Something with staff on it. Glass brings questions of reflectivity, but maybe
Yes.
there's another lighter.
But yeah, I'm sure we could make it a lighter.
So we're gonna have a motion to close the proceedings. Okay, and I think we're gonna make a motion to approve it with the modification that if the setback are eliminated, or the view of it be eliminated on the right-hand side, and that the portion that's visible be worked out with staff to identify the material and details that the
If I
papers
just grab a
like.
little minor, but maybe not minor. I'm not positive that this, Kim and I were talking, this is going to overfly at DOB. Because you've got a flat roof that, you could leap over quite easily and have a nice sun tanning section on it, whether you call it a beach roof or not. I think, are we, if we say go this way and they can't go this way, they're just going to come back. The DOB gives them, resistance to this.
Well, I think that if they have to have a railing on the deck, they can push it back to minimize or eliminate the visibility, right? So they can do that and still have a separate access for the ladder.
I think we'll have to go down moving part of the front.
You're allowed to set railing back a certain turn, is that 5 feet? How much more than that is beyond 5?
So we're going to set back, we're going to minimize.
On the right-hand side of the
Actually set back to eliminate the visibility on the left-hand side and work with staff on the details and materials on the right-hand side.
what she said. Matter 929 President Street, Parcel Historic District. An application to amend certificate of appropriateness 186913 to include legalization of railings installed in non-compliance with the permit. I recommend approval of modifications finding that the installation does not damage or destroy any significant architectural features of the building, and the presence of a minimally visible railing would not detract from the special character of the building or streetscape. However, I find that the railings are highly visible over the primary facade, and this excessive visibility detracts from the special architectural and historic character of the building and streetscape. Therefore, I recommend that the applicant will work with staff to eliminate the railing on the left view of the railing on the right side, left side, and will work and will eliminate the view or minimize the railing on the right side.
All in favor? Aye. Approved with that modification.
Okay, next is public meeting item number 2, LPC 19-27371, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, block 446, lot 7, 84 2nd Avenue in the East Village, Lower East Side Historic District. Revival style row house built circa 1841 with later alterations. The application is to modify and replace storefront infill installed without landmarks preservation division permits, replace windows, construct rear yard and rooftop additions, and install railings. This was last presented at the public hearing September 18th, 2018. No action is taken at that time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Abby Perlmutt, Preservation Staff. Staff application is for work at the building at 84 2nd Avenue, which is located on the east side of 2nd Avenue, between East 4th and East 5th Street, in the East Village, Lower East Side Historic District. The proposal, as a reminder, before we get into it, actually, let me take you through some of the context photos. Here's the historic Sanborn and the current block plan, the history of the building development over time. And here's the building in the 80s, and here we are today. So here are some close-up details, which we will get to in just a second. And here we go. So the proposal, as a reminder, was last heard on September 18th, 2018. At that time, the proposal was to replace storefront infill in conjunction with raising the first floor lintel height and replacing infill at the second floor level. The second component is to replace the windows throughout the primary facade with simulated double hung and casement windows. The third is to construct and raise the roof and construct a bulkhead and install railings and canopy units. And the final portion of the proposal was to construct a full height rear yard addition that extends full lot at first floor. So, with regard to the proposal, when it was first heard, the Commission had expressed the following specific concerns regarding each aspect of the proposal. At the storefront, the Commissioners were concerned with the removal of this angled storefront with the rectangular plan, which I'll show you in a second. The change in plane of portions of the storefront, and the removal of the mosaic floor tiles and the lack of articulation of the proposed metal storefront. So here are the mosaic tiles that were brought up at the previous hearing, and some more details of the angled storefront and some of the wood paneling that's happening in the interior. So this is what they had proposed, and the Commissioners were concerned about this change in plans. So the applicants have addressed these by maintaining the angled storefront and the plane where the doors were historically installed. They are proposing to maintain and or restore the mosaic tiles, and they are now proposing a wood storefront instead of the metal storefront with a wood panel bulkhead. And the applicants have also included this wall behind the storefront, so it'll make it sort of a larger display window behind there. Next, the commissioners were generally supportive. I'm going to go back here just so you can see a kind of side photo again. The commissioners were generally supportive of the replacement of the windows up here with the different operation. However, the applicants are now proposing wood windows instead of what they were proposing previously, metal, throughout this front facade. So with regard to the work with the roof, let's go there. If you want to see details, let me know, we can always go back. This is what was originally proposed, and here's what they're proposing now. So the commissioners were concerned largely with the visibility of the width of the roof. And so the applicants have addressed this, and they've created a new mock-up. It's visible here, it's no longer visible here. It has lowered in some places. Maybe this is easier to see in section. So previously, the proposal included the sort of raising of the roof here to create the head height here. And so now they're maintaining the existing roof line and setting back the raising of that roof portion here. And they're also setting back the railing slightly here at the roof, which does help to minimize the visibility of the roof from other thoroughfares. With regard to the work at the rear, all of the commissioners were concerned with the full height rear yard addition and requested that the addition be lowered by at least one floor. With regard to the one-story full lot line addition, there wasn't a consensus from the commissioners. Some were supportive of the full lot line coverage and some were not. And so the applicants have removed that top floor proposal and are maintaining the rear top floor. And they are still proposing the full lot line rear yard one-story addition. The commissioners also requested that there be an engineer's report, and staff does have this. So I'll certainly answer those questions for you. And if you have any additional questions for me?
For you, for the back. What's with the double structure of the roof? Why is it so thick? Looks like it's like a double slab or something like that. It's got raised neighbors or something on it.
That's a question for them.
We have a motion to open the proceedings. Okay. All in favor?
And the applicant is, you're seeing double structure, it's not really double structure, it's the roof insulation that's built up to meet our value. So the second layer is really just the thickness of the roofing. It's just shown, it looks like a structure, but it's not.
Any other questions? Okay, I just want to note for the record that we received a couple of letters. One is from the Friends of the Lower East Side objecting to the full lot rear extension, and the other is from Carrie Coleman, an architectural historian, objecting to the height of the storefront cornice and the, as she describes, out-of-scale additions at the rear. We probably talked about this last time, but can you just describe the context and show how the full lot rear addition fits within that context?
Do you want to just
And just also to note for the record, we've also received 9 emails as well posted.
So Ron Wicks, Conservation Associates, remember the buildings were this was one of 4 buildings built in 1841. In the 1880s, the 2 to the south were extended. So we now have, this is really a singleton, and you can see that there's, that the donut is not really there. It's just the only 2 yards is this one and the next one.
Are there any other questions? Can we have a motion now to close the proceedings? All in favor? So, comments? And I think that they were very responsive to most of the commissioner's comments from last time. Michael?
Yeah, I think the entry is a great improvement. I think the use of the storefronts is a big improvement. The only suggestion I would have is that you still have significant visibility on the roof from the streetscape, and they could perhaps retain the existing roof back until the railing position. I think that would improve the visibility a little bit if we do that step.
Any other comments? Okay, so does everyone agree that they should continue to work with staff to pull back that top just to make it less visible? Okay, so we'll make that motion with that modification.
In the matter of 84 Second Avenue, the East Village Lower East Side Historic District, the application is to modify and replace storefront infill installed without Landmarks Preservation Commission permit, replace windows, construct rear yard and rooftop additions, and install railings. Noting the building style, scale, materials, and details among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the East Village Lower East Side Historic District, I recommend approval with modifications. Finding that the proposed work will not damage or destroy any significant architectural features, that the shifting of the floor levels and the raising of the spandrel level between the first and second floors of the storefront expansion will be a subtle alteration that will maintain typical and harmonious proportions at the storefront extension, while helping to promote a grade barrier-free access into the building. That the storefront infill will match the historic infill in terms of the trapezoidal plan, composition, molding profiles, and painted wood material that's typical of storefront and entrance infill found at early 20th century commercial extensions at buildings of this style, type, and age. That the proposed interior wall at ground floor level will be set back substantially from the display window and entrances, will maintain a sense of transparency and will not detract from the significant architectural features of the storefront. That the proposed windows at the upper floors of the building will match the historic windows in terms of configuration and will replicate the appearance of historic window sashes while providing greater energy efficiency and sound attenuation. That the change in operation of the windows at the upper floors will only be perceptible when the sashes are open. That they simply designed metal railing and raised stucco clad bulkhead at the roof will be set back from the front facade and consistent with other utilitarian rooftop accretions on this very block in terms of height, material, finishes, and massing. That the historic pitch and slope of the roof will be maintained adjacent to the cornice, thereby helping to recall the historic massing of the building. That the roof and roof will only be minimally visible when seen from public thoroughfares in the context of taller buildings and similar utilitarian rooftop accretions. That the building is one of only 2 extant buildings in a row facing a commercial avenue on the short side of the block and is situated on a block comprised largely of large apartment buildings. Therefore, the construction of a rear yard addition featuring the first floor extension to the lot line will not detract from the adjoining buildings, adjoining properties, or diminish the unity of a row or significant central green space. That the addition will feature a high solid to void ratio with punched masonry openings in keeping with the residential character and scale of the buildings of this type and age, that the addition will not rise to the full height of the building, thereby helping to maintain the original massing of the building and the unity of the pair of buildings as done in the row, and that none of the work at rear will be visible from the public thoroughfare, and that the applicant will work with staff to reduce the possibility of the rooftop work from public thoroughfares.
All in favor? Any opposed? And so it's approved with that modification. Thank you.
There are 400 cookies and 400. All right,
Okay, Commissioners, we're going to start back up with the third public meeting item, LPC 19-3228, application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 459, Lot 18, 64 East 4th Street, East Village, Lower East Side Historic District. A Greek Revival style row house with neo-brick style elements from 1832 to 33 and altered in 1873 and again in the late 20th century. The application is to amend a previous approval for a front extension.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Coastal Preservation staff. This is an application for 64 East 4th Street. It's located between the Bowery and 2nd Avenue in the East Village, Lower East Side Historic District. The building is also part of the 4th Street Cultural District and houses this is going to be very difficult, Choice Theater and Cultural Center. This one is the original application, as you can see here, consisted of the construction of a 2-story extension from facade and installation of signage. It was first presented and approved at the public hearing of May 3rd, 2016, but until now no certificate of appropriateness has been issued. So now the applicants have returned with a request to revise portions of the approved design. which includes changing the material from black painted steel to a aluminum, which has a matte gray aluminum finish, relocating the entrance from the left side to the right side to take into account the slope of the sidewalk and provide better free access. In front of you have a sample of the proposed finish. As you can here see, the design mostly has been the same, different views. This was the previous approval, black colored steel, and the architect has used this material before. Here's an example of the matte gray aluminum finish. As for this is the architect of the project. He's here to answer any of your questions.
So just to be clear, the change that they're requesting today is to go from a steel to a light colored aluminum?
Yeah, right.
And all the details remain the same?
The details have slightly changed, but it still has the same design with these fins. Yeah, so, but it almost remains.
Are there any questions for the applicant? Maybe Sorry? Tuesday? Yes, that's right. We did ask for it.
Why they're...
Yeah, why? Okay, so we'll open, have a motion to open the proceedings.
The answer is not as simple. It's basically two things we try to at the same time make. It's a small mouse project that we do with the Department of Design and Construction, and in trying to value engineer to make the facade be cheaper to construct. We were looking instead of welded steel, we were looking at bent aluminum. That made that brought the cost down, and we also started to like it because we could. Instead of coating it, color coding it, we could just use the raw aluminum. We have done the same thing at the Johnson Design Center at 13th Street and 5th Avenue. Use the same material there, and so we thought it would be good for the institution to have something that they don't have, where they have paint issues. It basically there's no maintenance involved at all. It will look good for a long time without any maintenance. And then we started to mark it up, made foam core, full-scale mock-ups of corners, and looked at it and saw that how much more the light is bounced into the space and then out from the space at night, and actually liked it a lot better. So from pragmatic issues we came to decide that we actually prefer.
Can you just state your name for the record also?
Astrid Limka.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Any thoughts on the proposed change?
Would you think they could just take it to the sections as we don't have that or details, sorry. So, the bent there, is that it? No, it doesn't really show us. Just wood. At the front.
So this is the previously approved, and this is the proposed.
So what's the material? Yeah, so that's basically that thing. So the hollow elements. Yeah.
Yes, so it's a hollow section that is bent at the front.
Interesting. Okay, great.
All right. Any thoughts?
I think it's even more interesting, and it's better, and it's light. It looks lighter. It looks better with the architecture of the building. I think it's great.
If it's anything like what you did at Parsons, I know you did. I've been a big fan of that for a long time. So it's
Great. Fred?
okay, in the matter of East 4th Street, in the East Village, Lower East Side Historic District. This is an application to amend the previous approval for some extension. I note that the style, scale, materials, and details of the building are the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the East Village, Lower East Side Historic District. That the building is part of the East 4th Street Cultural District. And that historically the building had a 2-story commercial extension of which only the walls remain. I recommend approval, noting that the streetscape features a variety of altered commercial bases. Therefore, the change in finish at the 2-story extension from black to a matte gray aluminum will relate well to the eclectic nature of the streetscape. That the relocation of the entrance door is necessary to accommodate the slope of the sidewalk and will not affect the overall design of the approved extension, and that the proposed work will not detract from the significant architectural features of the building or streetscape.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's approved, thank you.
So we're going to move back to the public hearing agenda for the last item of the day. This is item number 9, LPC 19-15038, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the borough of Staten Island, block 891, lot 1, 209 Flagg Place, the Ernest Flagg House, an expanding landmark site of the Ernest Flagg House, individual landmark. An estate including a Dutch colonial revival style mansion designed by Ernest Flagg and built in 1898, altered in 1907, Canadian-inspired details, and related accessory buildings. The application is to construct new single-family dwellings on the property and to alter and restore the mansion.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Sam Pollock, Preservation Staff. This item is 209 Flagg Place. This individually landmarked property is located on the north side of Flagg Place in Staten Island. It contains Ernest Flagg's mansion, a gatehouse archway, the palm house, stable, large water tower, and a storage house, and a small water tower up front as well. The proposal before you today is to demolish this modern wing, a seminary wing built in the 1950s of the building, to alter and restore the mansion site, including rebuilding a covered loggia, covered walkway and a loggia at the end in lieu of the seminary, and also to alter some site features, the fountain, some gatehouses, and this front garden parterre area, and also to construct new single-family homes and driveways on the landmark site. The applicant, Shelley Friedman, and the architect, Ivan Bryce, will present the proposal and answer any questions.
Thank you, Leanne. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Shelley Friedman, representing Stonecourt Development, the principal. Tom Costa is here today. It was, I believe, 11 or 12 years ago when we first walked into this room. We talked about this project with the staff. So while it's been a long time coming, we're very interested to begin the discussion with the Commission today. It's important to state that we come here today with a project with a very wide bandwidth and with a lot of pieces to it. And we are not intending to present to you the entire project today or seek your approval for our entire project today. We do, however, need your guidance as to the basic concepts that we're pursuing and the direction that we're moving in. It turns out that this process is very similar to what the previous commission considered with Cotton Flag additions on this mansion, in that there was a hearing regarding concept and a discussion about concept. And then we proceeded to action. And then that commission and that developer then proceeded to develop the individual houses on that site. There was no work on the landmark in that application, but so it was a multi-hearing kind of approach, which we hope you are willing to entertain on this application as well. The application, as Leanne said, comes to you really in three distinct items. One is the restoration of the Flagg home itself, Stone Court. His iconic home in which he served not only as his residence, but as his laboratory. And in fact, he had written about how he wanted to one day see the entire estate developed as a single-family community. And that's something that Ivan Rice, my colleague, can go into in greater depth with you if you're interested in. The second aspect of the application is a road, a private driveway that will lead from Flagg Place to the mansion. It also serves as the road that will serve the individual homes, but we need to be very clear that this driveway is as essential to the landmark itself as it is to the individual houses. The only access onto this property directly from a public street at the moment is a small, thin driveway, which while it could be expanded, it begins with one of the designated gatehouses. So we couldn't possibly use that road and bring it to Findlay Fire Department standards without seriously affecting that gatehouse. So our proposal is to bring a new driveway up from Flagg Place that will service the mansion with a totally standard fire department approved, city approved, unmapped driveway. And against that driveway, the third aspect, which will be the economic engine necessary to pull all of this off, which is the addition of 19 homes, single-family homes that will be on the site. My part of this presentation is simply to bring you up to date on the landmarks actions and the previous actions, and then turn it over to Ivan, who will take you through it. This drawing signifies the original Flagg estate. The colored portion marks what was his estate originally. There's no development on it except for the mansion itself. This is all obviously pre-designation. In 1967, the commission designated the mansion and the land on which it stood. So none of the grounds were at that point landmarked or under your jurisdiction. You will see the seminary building that Leanne pointed out already existed. That was built in the mid-50s. The St. Charles Seminary served the I think the Scalabresian brothers, if I have that correct. If I don't, I apologize. Their interest on using this building was primarily for education of young seminarians. Their mission was also heavily weighted toward immigration and dealing with immigrant communities. And as time went on, that work transferred to other locations, Texas, Los Angeles, Miami, where immigration was more of an issue in the 80s and 90s than here. So this has been empty for quite some time. But this purple area here was the original designation of the Ernest Flagg House. In 1983, the designation was expanded. The individual Flagg buildings, you can see here noted off the grounds of the major designated area, were individually landmarked, and the landmarks designation for the house itself was expanded to include many of the outlying buildings and the grounds themselves. So as 1983, this was the appearance of the site as far as the designation was concerned. Also in 1983, you considered the development of what we've been calling the Copper Flagg homes on the designated site. There were seven sites, 7 homes approved in this area here, and built under your jurisdiction. That required a reduction really of the Flagg estate itself, sold this area off in conjunction with the Copper Flagg development, which went on in several blocks around the estate. But this was the part of the Copper Flagg development that was within the landmarks designation, and the commission approved the 7 sites in green that you see here. as single-family homes. They were designed under guidelines first put together by A.M. Stern. What this drawing also shows you is pretty much the current condition of the site. You have the original designated landmark mansion. You have the seminary building. You have parking lots that were added throughout to support the use of the seminary building as a school and as a teaching facility and as an administrative office for the brothers. And you see here the road, here is the historic designated gatehouse, and here is the only thin road that privately mapped, private and unmapped, excuse me, that accessed the mansion. You will also note that while there are other points of access onto the property, they exist in a system of unmapped streets such that there is really no public access except how those unmapped streets are used by members of the public, not as a mapped street, to gain access into the site. So we have really no standard roadway that can service the mansion as presently built. You'll also notice this area here, which was a formerly heavily gardened and landscaped parterre, which I will be talking to you about. It's pretty much just solid grass at this point. This then is the landmark site in red. You see the mansion here, you see the annex, the 55 annex here, you see the 7 copper flag houses that were built within the landmark site, and you just can make out the trail of the roadway that comes around and connects back into the oval there. So here's what we're talking about today, and that's the story of the jurisdiction of landmarks on this property. The reason we go through all this is to make a very clear point with you this afternoon that this property has been under the jurisdiction of this commission for half a century. This is the first application this commission has ever seen which would put a dollar into the mansion itself. All the other approvals, all the other designations, none of them have generated any plan for the restoration, for the preservation of this mansion. And I'm happy to say that today, this will be an application that finally calls for it, not only for the development, which has been ongoing since the original designation in '67, but will actually deal with the landmark itself, which is obviously why we're all here in the first place. So I'm going to turn it over to Ivan now, and I'll be happy to go back and answer any of your questions. While he's coming up, let me just say, quick note on zoning. This is entirely as of right. We've got hard to make sure this project can fit within R11 zoning. There's plenty of floor area left over. There's plenty of lot coverage left over. All of the bulk requirements comply with R11 zoning, as do all the use requirements. We are currently considering the mansion in its original form as a single-family home. There are other as-of-right uses for that building, but it makes most sense to come here today and start the discussion with an entirely as-of-right project, and in so doing, explain to you that all the uses that we're proposing are as-of-right, as well as all the right.
Good afternoon, commissioners, landmark staff, and public. My name is Ivan Rice, and my firm is Ivan Rice Architects, where we're serving as the preservation architects for the restoration of the mansion, and also design architects in relation to the proposed new residential development. The mansion was built in 1898, and after 50 years serving as Flagg's country residence, Stone Court was, as you heard, was converted in 1947 to the St. Charles Seminary. In 1957, the West Loggia, which would be down towards the lower there was a loggia wing here that was removed to build the seminary building, which as you can see is a nondescript flat roof tan brick building. And as the seminary, over the years, I'd say over the last 50 years, the mansion itself has suffered from piecemeal and minimal repairs with many non-conforming changes to the exterior. Next. So this is a view of the mansion from the south, which is really vastly different today from its condition when it was landmarked in 1967. The most apparent change is that the original detailed wood millwork and siding has been partially removed and all covered with plastic and metal siding. Next. So this plan shows some of the items, the portions of the buildings in the site that we're going to remove. And we intend to remove, there are two rather large parking lots to the east and the west of the mansion that occupy approximately 25% of the land area outside of the building footprint. So those will be eliminated. We will remove this is the footprint of the seminary that will be removed. There are various other religious shrines and statues that are not original to the property that will be removed. There's a tented, there's a tent here with a shrine with this has a wood deck that is covering the original reflecting pool, and that area was originally a garden, a formal garden with the original park. There was originally a garden park here, as you've heard here. We'll talk about that later. There are a couple of other items to be removed here. I'd like to mention that there are porches that were added in the east courtyard and on the south side, the east wing. So this is the proposed new site plan. We're now requesting a certificate of appropriateness to permit construction of 19 new homes whose dignified and harmonious design will pay homage to Ernest Flagg's architectural legacy while simultaneously affording the opportunity to reconstruct and restore the mansion. To quote the LPC designation report 62883, which was written by an LPC consultant, Barry Burkeville, Flagg envisioned rising on his extensive hotel holdings what he described as a Northern village. The later changes to his residence were directly related to this scheme and were intended to provide the new village with a memorial center befitting what Flagg implied was his ancestral lands. And you'll notice that by locating all of the new houses on the west edge of the site and the north edge of the site, we've been able to preserve the slope between Flagg Place and the mansion exactly intact as it's always been, and the view of the mansion from Flagg Place will be exactly as it's always been, and we'll be maintaining the axis that actually runs from this site up through Copper Flag and then terminates at the original stables building and the filled-in pond, a swimming pond, and we're maintaining that view north, and as well we're maintaining the view south out to the New York Bay, as was there from when the building was constructed. I should mention that this is one of the highest elevations in New York City overlooking the New York Bay. It's a very wide, beautiful view of New York Bay going out to the Duane. The building and the site are now in need of a professionally guided restorative effort, which will remove non-conforming items and restore missing details, while also putting the exterior in watertight and structurally sound condition. We are presently guided by a review of available historic photographs, I should say rather extensive, that we were able to retrieve from the Avery collection, the entire Flagg collection is used in the Avery Library. And as well, the original landmark photos for the mansion were very informative as to the wood millwork that existed. It exists, we believe, some of which may still exist under the plastic and metal side. So I'm going to just mention that the most important component of the restoration is going to be the actual reconstruction of this loggia that's not there now. And we'll show you in a bit that we had excellent documentation on that from the archives, and we're able to make drawings from those photos. And so as we continue, you'll see that we're going to show you the south elevation, the north elevation, the east elevation, the west elevation, and there are 3 elevations on the 4th floor. I'm not going to get into every detail on this, but this does show you the intended full scope at this point of the restoration and reconstruction. On the upper part of the slide, you'll see conditions that are either non-conforming or additive elements that are not original to the building and being removed, as well as, and then as you move down to the lower portion of the slide, you'll see the restoration effort as it's intended. So we're removing a porch structure that is located here that was added. There are Corinthian columns. There are metal Corinthian columns that were added on the lower part of the central veranda that weren't intended in Flagg's design. He always used ionic order, and we're putting back ionic columns with square columns at the corners. In fact, we determined that the loggia had square columns, which we show there. They're really the only ornament, per se, on the whole building was this mermaid cartouche, which was carved wood. We intend to put that back, and you'll see there's the same element in the arched pediment at the center of the north facade. There are railings that were, these railings are non-original. They're actually rotted and warped, and they're not to code structurally and in terms of their height. So we're going to be putting back railings on the, we're going to be putting back railings that are more to the, are close to the original. As well, at the top of the rotunda element, there is another railing. The chimneys are in need of restoration and some rebuilding. The top of the chimneys, which has the signature beehive shape that Flagg had on his always used, those are cracked and unstable in many cases and covered with vegetation. And so, and the stonework is in need of remortaring and cleaning. We'll go on to the next. 1 minute, I just want to mention, go back 1 minute. I do want to mention this element here, which is a parapet made out of, a wood parapet integral to the cornice that has been removed over the years, and we intend to put that back as well. Okay, so I'll leave you to look at the details on the rest of the envelope. We don't have time to go through everything, but I'll just mention that the front portico has been enclosed with a weather break vestibule, and that element will be opened up to allow the columns to stand free. Also, the eaves, this happened in a few places in the mansion. The roof was cut back at the eaves line, and we are intending to extend the roof out again to, again, express these pop-up pediment dormers that were a signature element in this building and other Flagg buildings. We can move on. Here you can see some inappropriate additions to this little porch and outdoor kitchen in the, which is in the east courtyard. It's been, some of the stone walls have been tarred. There's a metal awning on a window there, a door, and the roofs also are going to be totally replaced, the roof shingles. There's stained glass windows in the original music room here that are going to be restored. And these are drawings. We had nothing to go by but these photographs from Columbia, but we've been able, well, we have in fact a few more photographs that we've been able to, we believe that we're going to be able to do an accurate reconstruction. This is shows the loggia between the two main formal gardens that were originally existed. Over the years, this garden has become simply a mowed lawn, and we also intend to use a paving that would have the semblance of the original, of the exposed aggregate that we see in it. And as was mentioned, Leanne mentioned, we're going to move there was a fountain here that is now positioned here, mainly because the fire department in our discussions has told us that we need to move that to have adequate access for fire trucks. And there was a fountain here originally that doesn't exist, so we thought it would be a good idea to take a fountain that exists and move it to this position here. And these are just smaller structures strewn about the site that are very important to the site. The archway on Flagg Place, which is really the first, when you're coming from the east, it's the first thing you see, and you see a glimpse of the mansion through it, and it's been covered in metal siding. We're going to restore it back to this, as it looks in the photograph and in Flagg's drawing itself. So on these cross sections, you can see that we've kept all the houses to a height that is going to be at least 10 feet lower than the ridge of the gambrel in the Flagg mansion. And also I should mention that there's only, as far as distance between the mansion and these houses, they don't come much closer than 100 and something feet. So here we have an artist's rendering of the new development from the new access road coming up from Flagg Place. And I want to just talk a little bit about Flagg's ideas for his site. Flagg's concepts for when he planned to build houses, small houses on his his vast 300 acres holdings. His concepts ran in parallel with, particularly I think you would be familiar with Atterbury's Forest and Gardens, and both were influenced by Burnham's City Beautiful movement as well as the English Garden Cities developments at the same time. And our plan draws upon these precedents in that the houses are organized along a uniform setback distance as zoning allows. There are substantial private backyards. The public side will employ landscape hedges, stone retaining walls, driveways, and contiguous sidewalks with street trees. There will be a consistent stylistic vocabulary with some variety to visually unify the development and give it a public architectural presence. And these are a couple of views going from the east to the west past the site, showing that we're retaining the same view of the mansion and that what you do see of the houses is far to the west, off to the side of the new road into the new driveway. So from 1907 onward, Flagg devoted his attention to testing out its unique design ideas and construction techniques for building small houses. He built a dozen or so houses here in the neighborhood and scattered about the country. In 1922, he published a major treatise documenting his techniques. We have a paperback version of here, just if you want to pass it around. This book it documents his techniques with plates illustrating 50 house designs. The book was called Small Houses, Their Economic Design and Construction. It was published in 1922. This book not only served as a prospectus for his own development activity, but it was highly influential in the emerging field of planned residential development. Flagg developed his singular style, particularly from sketches that he made during travels in 1908 to Normandy, Brittany, and the Cotswold villages. Even if its vocabulary was historically derived, he knew how to successfully compose and balance disparate elements, both in the details of the facade and the larger composition. And I'm going to describe a few of his trademark exterior facade components. Were ridge dormers projecting off the peak of the roof, pedimented eaves dormers, as I mentioned before, as I showed on his house, wood bracketed balcony projections, curved copper cupolas, finials, steep and prominent gambrel, pyramidal, mansard roof types with corner ridge lines often curved or chamfered, abundant freestanding chimneys or chimneys at the gable ends, always capped by his signature arched brick beehive, black window frames on the exterior. I've actually also seen some of his houses that are originally red and green window frames. Liberal use of oriel, oval, and quarter-round windows, a preference for the classical Ionic order combined with Dutch colonial, early American, and Palladian details, which is seen in the wood millwork on his houses, such as moldings, cornices, columns, and capitals. And last but not least, a material palette of exposed or white-coated stone walls in combination with wood shingles, stucco, and half timber. This drawing presents our approach to designing a present-day Flagg-inspired house. And here we're showing you several of the designated Flagg structures, cottages that were built some of them on the site, on the landmark site, and some of them just on the edges within a block or so of the Flagg mansion. And as I said, all of these landmark is a Walcott on the left, the Gaten Gardener's cottage, Bowcott on the right, There's the stable building, which is in the Copper Flagg development now, and the large water tower, and the Palm Court and 91 Flagg Court are also in that Copper Flagg development to the north. And in doing research on flag houses that were built around the country, we found there are 3 neighborhoods in particular around Milwaukee that have quite a few flag houses. And we are showing you these because we thought that the scale of these houses was very close to what we anticipate building on the site, on the landmark site. And then here you have Robert Stern's interpretation at Copper Flagg. And this is a 1915 aerial view that is actually in the designation report by Bergdahl, but we also found it it's from Columbia's archives. And we would anticipate that upon completion of the restoration, that the site and the mansion will look very close to what you see here. Thank you.
Yes.
I didn't see the presentation, but maybe I missed it. Are there any flag plans, site plans, extant, or ones that we can look at to see if we include any aspiration for future houses?
Well, actually, that's a good point. I mean, if you, let's see if we can go back a couple so there, I know what you're saying. So if you go, there are a couple of places in the book, several places in the book, where he presents streetscapes, like here, and here, and here. Of course, these are, from the street. All of his plans show the house in the context of engaging with the street.
That's what I'm asking. Is there a plan?
But there's no overall. He didn't have a grand scheme for. He did have one. He did have a booklet actually that he had published that is not in our presentation, but it was basically a subdivision plan. It didn't show really it left the design rather open-ended.
And as a subdivision plan, how much dimension was given around the main building before the further subdivision happened? Or carving up of the land itself, the site? I mean, I just want to know what those dimensions are.
Okay, well, I don't have that with me, and it's not in this book, but we could provide that plan to you.
But there was a subdivision plan.
There was a subdivision plan that was, yes, there was.
I think that would be an important thing for us to see. Can you also just go to the existing plan again and just show where all of the cottages and outbuildings are on the site currently?
We go way back to the beginning, the portion where the landmark background. So this is Bocott. This is the gardener's cottage and gatehouse. This is Walcott. This is the large tower. This wasn't in our. This is landmark, but I believe it's a storage house. And this is the stable building, the Palm House, and a flag number. Actually, this is a flag cottage, and this is a flag cottage.
Thank you.
And yes.
Michael?
So, a couple of questions. First of all, and this may be for staff as opposed to for you, if you want to know too. To what extent, if at all, is the landscaping, the trees, etc., part of the designation? Is it included? Is it referenced?
There are some references to the landscaping on the site, and so much as Flagg tried to incorporate the natural environment into his kind of built plan, and wanted to make sure that the buildings kind of flowed from the natural topography, from the plantings. The one specific tree that was mentioned was a large beech tree that sat on the front lawn, which has been cut down and is no longer there. But there was also some discussion about balance between the trees that kind of come down this side of the site, balanced with the access driveway that comes down the other side of the site as well.
And it looks like a live question. From the documentation that we have, was there meant to be a visual connection between the front of the house and the stable? And so what was the character of that? 'Cause it looks like there's like a stone wall, and there's like, it seems like there was landscaping even in the earlier photographs between the two. Was it meant to be an obscure thing or a kind of more formal thing?
He designed his plan as a central access, with a central access point running through the site like this. So the fountain at the front of the parterre was one anchor. It had a fountain through here, and then back through the small water tower, which is on the mansion's property. The Copper Flagg development left an open lot in that area to try to maintain that access, and then it went back through the pool and through the stable. So it was designed to have formal central access.
Great. Some technical questions about the site planning. You're using the west entry road, if you go to page 12, as your access point, which is clearly quite a bit narrower than your new road.
Yes.
So was there any consideration of, instead of having the road make an L out to Flagg Place, of going, let's say, to Copperleaf instead?
We can't do that because that's an unmapped, it's not a public road.
Well, West Entry Road is?
And West Entry Road is
I thought it was not.
Yeah, it's not.
No,
So
it's
they
theirs. It's theirs.
Huh?
Do you want
It's theirs as opposed to someone else's. It's their own unmapped road.
Oh, so Copperleaf does not belong to them, therefore
Right.
they cannot use it.
Right.
Right.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Jeannie, did you have a question?
I just had a question. What are the sizes of each of these lots that these homes are on?
They're approximately 100 by, say, 65, 55, 65, that order.
And then once you cite the homes, okay, so the distance between homes is about 25 feet?
Yes.
Okay. And then 30 is the back. And then is it similar to the lots of the existing parcels? The ones that are already built.
So what is Shelley, the questions about the commission-approved development in the back, out of the lot?
Maybe go to the site.
Well, those lots, which then were developed as part of a single zone lot, are on Flagg Court is a private unmapped street. So when you take a look at the lots, the lot sizes for those 7 Copper Flagg houses may be larger, but they also absorb the street width of the unmapped street. So that the actual, what you see there as a lot for a house is actually much smaller. If, for instance, and these numbers are close but not precise, if the lot was, say, 100 by 90, but the street was 12, but the unmapped road was 20, then what you're really looking at is a development lot is 80 by, it is minus the mapped street. So when you compare apples to apples, which is our lots to the Copper Flagg lots minus the road system that is also part of those private lots. You are, we're a little smaller, but we're certainly not significantly smaller than what is surrounding us. I'm sorry, I made that clear. But a lot area in comparison to Copperleaf must take into account the fact that those lots also are partially street road system that you're
On that same topic, you said this was an R11 district?
Yes, sir.
Isn't minimum frontage for R11 like 90 feet for visual?
Well, we are a single zoning lot.
You're doing a single zoning?
Yes, and by the way, Copper Flag itself surrounding us is also a matter of multiple tax lots, not a single zoning lot, so there's nothing
So
new.
you've got no legal windows on your side windows?
We have
minimum between buildings if they're on the same building line?
I'm going to ask Roger Grace to step up. He's with the Grace firm on Staten Island, and there are single-family zones on the zone. Roger?
Do you have a site plan that shows both the Copper Flag and the new proposed development on the same page so you can see them all?
All Copper Flag or just our seven?
Oh, wait, that
This image would be after.
Yeah.
This image?
After.
I believe it.
Buying that was waiting for well.
You can see the lots, but not necessarily the placement of the houses. Although with the new.
Right.
These are ours, and the Copper Flag houses are
They're ours.
Flag court houses. We can certainly provide the commission's benefit.
We have a drawing like that. We just had to skim down our presentation of it here.
So isn't window to window now 35 or 30 feet?
It's 25, and then your house is only allowed to have a height of 30 feet to the midpoint of the
25 window to window.
Correct.
Okay, great.
What in the development, I'm sorry, what's the use of the main building then? That's being restored.
The main building currently has a school certificate of occupancy, which is used as a seminary school, although it appears to have been some sleeping accommodations there. But it was used as a community facility, use group 3 or 4, which is as of right in R11. We are showing this application as a single-family residence. We have been clear that the objective here is to show it as a right use. We could have shown it as a school, we could have shown it as anything, but the point is we're showing it as a single-family residence. There's no work on the interior. The interior still reads as a single-family residence rather than an institutional building. So our restoration effort continues along that line. If at some point Mr. Costa or another applicant wanted to come back and say, well, it's now going to be a school or something like that, no doubt there'd have to be another application because of the additional egress requirements and the like that would be necessary, parking and things like that would be necessary for a school. You're going to see this again. But for now, we're showing you a use which is a single-family, as of right, single-family residence, the original purpose.
Okay,
I got one more question.
Yeah.
Can we look at page 3? There you go. Okay. Now, when, I don't know who can answer this, but when Flagg was talking about subdividing, creating a community on his properties, that's, the dark portion there is what his property looked like then, right?
He actually owned more extensive, he owned more extensive lands.
Okay, so it's at least this size. It's at least this size, right?
For, as far as the contiguous area, yes.
Right, okay, thank you.
And I just have 2 quick questions. So I know that from Flagg Place, there's a slope up and the house sits on the highest point. Does the topography slope back down behind it or does it stay at that same elevation? So in other words, at a Copper Flag, is the Copper Flag estate at the same elevation or does that actually occur on the lower elevation?
It varies, but it's as much as 10 feet lower.
We will have to do a bit of regrading in that northwest corner of the site. I should say that, because there is somewhat of a dip into that depression.
And then to the question, the previous question, comment about the views from the International. You can see that Mr. Flagg planted heavily along Flagg Place. I mean, there was no intent for people on Flagg Road to be looking into this mansion. We'll be providing that as part of this restoration, but the historically accurate depiction would simply be totally blocked off the view of the mansion.
Those are evergreens.
His original row of evergreens.
And one final question is, I know you're removing a lot of modern parking lots that have been added over time that currently, I think you take up 25% of
the unbuilt
land area, the unbuilt land area. Do you have any sense of when you remove the parking lots and eliminate the footprint of the houses and then create the new road, does your exchange of planted area to paved area, does that increase or decrease? Do you know?
I'm not going to wing it. It's easy to calculate.
Yes, Jen.
The square footage of the proposed houses in the redevelopment, how do they compare to the Copper Flag houses that are on the Flagg site? The size of
The general range of the new house is between 3,500 and 4,500 square feet.
And those are with the parking beneath. If you take a look at the footprint of many of the Copper Flag houses, those are two-story attached garages that are adding to that footprint. So again, an apples and apples comparison, we would have to get more specific about which apples are compared.
Yes, Kim. When you build the new houses, do you have to add much street trees and sidewalks and everything else?
Yes, so street trees will be planted up to 25 feet apart. The sidewalks will be provided. The street width will be to 38 feet, which is the minimum for.
But was there, I just have a landscape plan for this, but was there something in the main plan, the original plan, that gave you some guidance as to what Flagg would plan?
We planned a small private road that came through the gate. That's what we know. We also know that if we're going to do this development, Mr. Flagg's going to be subordinate to the fire department and the buildings department. And they're telling us what this road is, what the grade is. I know the commission has dealt with map streets before, and there will obviously be some meeting of the minds there. But what we're presenting here, we understand to be the city's standards for a new access road on this property. So our hands are somewhat tied by modern code requirements about the street.
I think my real question is, are you going to plant the trees such that, it's kind of a pastoral landscape, and you start planting the trees in a row at 25, it's kind of taking away from the original design of the landscaping?
We will certainly be guided by your collective judgment on that point. We're only trying to comply with the last party we spoke to about what they want to see there. And if we can,
But if it were a regular development, it won't matter, but it's a landscape one, so you're trying to preserve views.
yes, we also figured there was some benefit to obscuring the views of the new development and allowing the mansion to continue to be the major exclamation point on the site, as well as I said in Flagg's own guiding principles. He carefully laid out public sidewalks, space, trees, and street
hedges,
and then houses relatively close to those. So we're trying to, one of the other guidelines that we're trying to adhere to here are Mr. Flagg's overriding principles for how he laid out the streets.
So we're gonna get those kind of drawings. That's basically.
Yes.
what you-
Our goal here is to hear what you want to see and to comply.
And you did have a question?
I know that the Copper Flag development has a design manual, or a guidebook for design. And I believe that those houses were built incrementally. Is the goal here to build the house all at once, or is it this?
The goal is very much to have a modern day version of the design guidelines and to develop a series of prototypical houses, prototypical designs that you can approve, and then potential buyers of individual lots will then have the guidelines they need to know what to put on the site. If they don't like that, they can come see you. But the point, or the original point is, yes, there should be guidelines. It's not quite a master plan, but we're assuming that we do the guidelines along the lines of the prototypical house that we showed you. And that's why it's important to us to get whatever feedback we can. I mean, that to us is our first composite typical house. This to us is the prototypical Flagg house size to the lots that we're proposing. We're obviously here to hear comments on that and reaction to it and to continue those work to develop other.
Right, and just to speak to that, and as I understand this is really, this application is being presented to us in a very conceptual form to get guidance on, is a development possible, and if so, how much? But after that is determined, and should there be a development, should the commission feel that there is some room for development here, then they would come back with the proposed design guidelines for the buildings and how they specifically relate by each building to the main house, and that's something we would hold another public hearing on. But for now, I think the first step is to sort of have this conceptual discussion. Are there any other questions? Okay, so I think we'll go to public testimony and then we'll come back. We're going to start with Peter Spencer.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to read on the record a letter that was sent to the commission here from City Council member leader Steve Matteo. It's his district where this development is being proposed, and set on Borough President James Otto. So we write to inform you of our issues and concerns associated with the reference proposal currently in review by the Landmark Preservation Commission. These include public safety, quality of life, property values, and emergency response access concerns. We understand the purpose of the landmark law and the responsibility of the commission. It is our belief that the plan changes to the site may not be appropriate given the character and style of the mansion and the surrounding community. We also believe that this proposal with the new construction has the potential to destabilize neighborhood property values and become a detriment to the community itself. Further, public entry to the proposed driveway assumes vehicular access from existing substandard streets. Access from the northeast is from unmapped streets known as the Oval and the North Entry Road. Most streets of record are 22 to 25 feet in width and may not meet fire code requirements for access. The proposed 38-foot wide driveway situated on the southwest portion of the site can be accessed from Flagg Place, a 50-foot wide mapped street, which is only constructed to half its mapped width. The driveway continues northeast and connects to the aforementioned substandard record streets. We believe that the commission should not review this proposal until the New York City Fire Department has signed off on the access, which we believe to be substandard, currently being proposed. We also note that the proposal for the new buildings to be accessed from an unmapped driveway, assumed to be a street, to each proposed front entrance will be subject to General City Law 36. DCL 36 compliance requires a mapping action, or in the alternative, a New York City Board of Standards and Appeals approval to obtain final certificates of occupancy. The applicant has acknowledged this requirement but plans to address it only after the LPC approval is obtained. We believe that review will be far too late once the commission has decided on this proposal. It is our understanding that LPC hearing has been scheduled for October 30th. See, obviously, the proposal to restore the previous landmark designated Ernest Flagg House and reconstruct original components of the mansion is being considered under this proposal in conjunction with construction of 19 new residential structures accessed from a new driveway on the related landmark site of the Ernest Flagg House, gatehouse and gate. These new buildings will serve as the economic engine supporting the application. Therefore, we ask that the LPC wait until after the FDNY and the Department of City Planning has completed a review of an acceptable site plan before hearing this proposal. We also ask that the size and scale of each home be reviewed in context of the other residences previously reviewed and constructed with LPC and DCP approvals on the Flagg site. In previous iterations of these LPC reviews, the site plan and size of the proposed structure was an important part of the review process. We have an opportunity to get this right, an opportunity to find a balance that will protect and enhance a significant building and its site, while also providing the highest level of public safety, respecting the quality of life for existing residents, and sending a clear message that the review processes of multiple agencies cannot be manipulated for a preferred outcome. We are strongly opposed to this latest attempt to move forward with a project that has not been fully reviewed for compliance with all applicable rules. We hope we can count on the LPC to recognize these concerns. And please accord this request every consideration consistent with your rules and regulations. And thank you for your kind attention regarding this important community issue.
Thank you. The next speaker is John Kilcullen.
Good afternoon, Chair Carroll, Commissioners. John Kilcullen with the Preservation of Staten Island. Thank you for allowing me to testify on behalf of the Preservation League of Staten Island. The League is testifying against the above application today for the following reasons. The housing development proposed for the site would be contrary to the original LPC 1967 landmark designation findings. And I quote, "The site is one of the few remaining Staten Island estates left intact, and that the construction of these buildings is a noteworthy example of unique methods of construction, and the complex reflects the grandeur of Staten Island's past, and this was the residence of one of New York's great architects. In 21st century Staten Island and New York City, preservation of such a unique site is more important than ever. Additionally, the site is within the Department of City Planning's Staten Island Special Natural Area Preservation District. The proposed development density is too high and is very out of character for the surrounding neighborhood and the ability of the current infrastructure to support such development. Prior to any future site development, the Preservation League supports an approved strategic, historic, adaptive reuse and restoration plan for the mansion and possibly later 1950s addition for possible residential and/or community use as it was utilized in the more recent past. Thank you for your time and attention to today's application."
Thank you. The next speaker is Jessica Lesser, followed by Dr. Mohammed Khalid.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jessica Lesser, and I'm from the law firm of Goldstein Hall. We were engaged by the Iron Hill Civic Association this morning to represent the association in opposition to this application. We're very heartened to hear that this is not a vote on the application as it's presented. There's not been enough information to the community. There was a community work hearing last night, which the applicant did not appear. We look forward to an ongoing dialogue to finesse some of the issues that were mentioned earlier. I want to echo our president and the city council members' points to public safety and current zoning regulations, which we believe the current schematic are not in compliance, which they are not in compliance. And we will be submitting a written statement. Thank you.
Dr. Mohammed Khalid, followed by Jean Prabhu.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm President of the Iron Hill Civic Association, which covers the Tordian section and the Young and Mills Colony section of Staten Island, where about 5,000 residents reside. My background is I was a state health council member for the state of New York for 6 years. I was a member of the Charter Revision Commission for 14 months, and I served on the Civilian Complaint Review Board for 10 years. in the city of New York. The community had so many meetings regarding this project, and we feel that the area does not call for these houses, which are 19 houses, and turning into 60 by 100 houses, which does not conform to the area where we are there. And the whole community is very upset about the fact that the landmark part is being used to put 19 homes there, which are not acceptable to community members because they have bigger homes, and I understand that it will really be looking not part of that community. So we are not opposed to the construction as long as they are conformity to the other homes 100 by 100, which are required by R11. And so I request that a lot of things were developing so quickly, like we had an emergency meeting last night by the community board too, where I'm a member for 20 years for the land use commission, the land use committee, and the emergency meeting was called. The member of this committee never showed up. I mean, the developer never showed up. So the vote was no last night unanimously that the CB2 did not want Staten Island that this should be taken place. So I request that I send a letter to the chair, and I also sent about 257 applications, which was sent, I think, in February, that we were opposed to this project. And lately, I sent a letter by saying that we still do not know the detail of the project. We are getting every day something new. So I feel that if we are given enough time and to learn about more, and then we'll be able to make some decision on this. But the community is completely opposed to this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jean Prabhu, followed by Joe Magnotti. Sorry,
Good afternoon. I'm here to Flagg Estate, also known as St. Charles Seminary, also known as Stone Court, was landmarked in 1967 and expanded in 1983. This commission repeatedly noted the value not only of the Flagg residents and outbuildings, but of the estate, the complex, the land. And I'm sorry if you already know this, and you probably do better than I do, but I have to express what I understand. Our community lost the Paul Revere Smith House in the state on Four Corners Road. We lost the Vanderbilt summer home and grounds on East Entry Road. We lost the J.P. Morgan summer home and grounds on West Entry because they were not landlocked. We begged this commission to adhere to the landmark findings in 1967 as expanded in 1983 so that there be something left of Staten Island's past. And the city of New York for that. And I think it's for the whole city, not just Staten Island. The 1983 meets and bounds description and the description of the estate, including the wooded alleys, contrasting views, not just the ocean view, but the wooded views, the plantings, the trees, defined as precious community resource, which is in a landmarked estate, not just one residence, not just several buildings. I'm sorry, because you probably know. Those of us who treasure New York City and Staten Island ask that the designations of 1967 and 1983 be respected and adhered to 100%. The plan submitted violates the designation report. The proposed homes do not meet zoning district regulations for lot size, yard size. We beg the commission not to approve a plan which has absolutely no realistic proposal for the use of the 32-room Flagg residence and which attempts to entice us with a completely not workable plan by way of obfuscating zoning law and destroying this precious landmark. Again and again, in its designation, this commission is clear that it was protecting the estate, the complex, the land, the grandeur of Staten Island's past. It describes the siting of the residence as crucial. Staten Island has been besieged with overdevelopment. This commission has an opportunity not only to preserve the precious building and landmark and grounds and history, but to draw a line at the degradation of the open lands in Staten Island, which so benefit our community. Every time I walk into Grand Central, I say a silent little thank you and prayer to Jacqueline Kennedy for having saved it. I remember it. I followed it in the news. And I promise you that I will say a silent little prayer for you if you prevent this overdevelopment and degradation of the landmark.
Thank you. Joe Magnetti, followed by Ronald DeVito.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members. I'm going to divide my comments into two. First, you question Mr. Friedman. I live in Copper Flagg. I'm in Copper Flagg Lane. Copperleaf Terrace is about 200 feet away, so you never confront there. Now, if you look at the map they have, along the left side there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 houses. On the Copper Flagg side, there's 5. How could the lots be the same size? They're not. If you look on the bottom, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 houses. If you show the shot they had of Copper Flagg, there's 4 houses. The lots are double. He is wrong. We can bring you surveys. Our lots are 100 by 100, all of them. In addition, they never address this question. Men Act, they don't write. Ernest Flagg owned this from 1898 to almost 1948, 50 years. Did he build a lot of cottages? The answer is no, because he never intended to. That was never Flagg's intent. That's this developer's intent. Flagg had his prime of his life. He mentioned the architect, the articles he wrote about building, how to build houses. He would have built there if that's what he intended to do. He never did because he never intended. Your landmark in '83, you landmarked the whole site. You allowed Robert Stern to come here. He designed my house. He protected the site. He didn't go to destroy the site. He kept all the landmark buildings. He made us, he had a handbook. You could only use certain materials. He didn't duplicate design. He was the dean of Yale. He cared as much about landmark as anyone. That's why if they mirrored how Copper Flagg is developed, you'd have no community opposition. What they intend to do is along that line, there are trees. In your 83 landmark, you talk about Flagg and the trees. They want to take them all down. Are they going to replace them? In addition, in some of his articles, he talks about the peripheral view from the front of the mansion. Look at the front of the mansion, there's 3 houses. He has no peripheral view. That's not keeping with Flagg. This is an attempt to avoid the true consequences. What they want to do, the developer and his team, there was a community board meeting. Not one of them showed up. They talked to you here today about the mansion as a single-family residence. But as fear, they tell us at meetings, what if it's a school? What if it's a drug rehab? That's the kind of comments we get. You don't hear them here. We heard them. In addition...
I'm sorry, your time has run out.
Okay.
Can you just wrap up, maybe
Sure.
a final statement?
What they want to do is avoid zoning. They want to use the landmark mansion property to acquire land. If they sell it off, every lot's illegal.
Thank you. Ronald DeVito, followed by Christabel Law.
Go back to work.
Okay, Christabel Law, followed by Kelly Carroll.
Christabel Goff from the Society for the Architecture of the City. In a perfect world where regulation would be driven by condition and mandate of the agency, this application would go away. The courts have established the owner of a landmark site is not entitled to the highest and best economic use. Of the many ways of looking at land, the one that sees only what profits the land might produce is not applicable to a landmark site today. Ernest Flagg was much concerned with the setting of buildings and landscape. As an exemplary designation report by Barry Bergdahl in 1983 explains, I would recommend reading it, not reading it separately. In small houses, their economic design and construction, Flagg writes, a building which seems fitted to its site has about it an air of belonging to the land and holding a legitimate place in the landscape, which one designed to be placed anywhere cannot have. That covers all the sketches that these people are showing. The houses proposed here are of similar design quality to other ubiquitous Staten Island subdivisions. They bear little resemblance to the real Flagg cottages, individual landmarks such as Bocon and Walcott. It would be a travesty to approve such designs here, especially with no information at all provided about the materials or construction techniques, factors dear to Flagg's heart as Mr. Bergdahl explains. If this project does move forward, which I'm beginning to open my mouth, a substantial reduction in the number of new houses and modification of roadways could make the impact on the mansion less devastating and the destruction of its contents less absolute. Eliminate the oversized access driveway around the mansion, reorienting new houses so their automobile access is off the landmarks site. For instance, on Copperly Plain, and I don't think we should accept the fact that because they don't own it, they could not be worked out to do that. It will be suggested that the work on a mansion will compensate for the loss of its setting. Given the limited understanding of historic detailing and construction demonstrated here, rebuilding the mansion might be very counterproductive, only further diminishing the site's historic qualities.
Thank you, Christabel. Kelly Carroll.
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. We urge the LPC to reject this application. The coach area development on this site already represents a significant encroachment on the landmark, and this proposal would be a low-quality front, diminishing and overwhelming this magnificent mansion and its site. The proposed prototypical house does not inspire confidence in the design team. The execution of details does not fully demonstrate understanding of buildings of this ilk. If any new buildings of this type are permitted, they should be done by an architect who specializes in this type of 1920 style residential design, closely studying the Flagg drawings such as those found on page 34 of the presentation, or even consider replicating them. We further object to the amount of paving this project would introduce to the landmark site and the dearth of information about materials to be used in the proposed work included in the materials provided for you today. And one other thing, online, when you go to the presentation materials, there's a site plan that shows the Ramsey development. Yes, it is in yours. Okay, perfect. And just to echo what someone said, on that page, it was not on this presentation, the lots are much more dense, and that is inappropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application? Okay, so we have a letter from the Office of the Borough President strongly opposed to this project, and it has not been fully reviewed for compliance with all applicable rules. And Community Board, we have a resolution from Community Board 2 disapproving the application and concerned that the changes to the site will have a negative impact on the landmark designated buildings, and that the 19 homes will not have a pleasing degree of consistency in the urban design or architectural character and aviatic character of other homes. And also citing concerns about site development in regard to the residences and the mansion. And as was stated in the testimony, we have a letter from the Iron Hill Civic Association, which is in your portal, and an email from another member of the public who is opposed to the number of houses being proposed. So are there any questions for, I think you should kind of respond to some of the comments that we've heard really about the relationship of our review and the review by other agencies, and then, speak to some of the citing comments that were also made.
Again, thank you, Madam Chair. In the order that we heard them, we are aware of the council members and the borough president's position with regard to this project. We have made every effort to explain that it's not unusual at all for an applicant to want to come to the Landmarks Commission first before making the detailed filings in other city agencies, such as the Buildings Department or the Board of Standards and Appeals or City Planning or the Department of Transportation, so that we can at least get our bearings clear with the Commission before proceeding to those other agencies. In fact, with regard to variances, one always comes to Landmarks first before proceeding to the BSA or city planning special permits to city planning. That is the case here, but it's not that we have ignored those agencies. We have already met with the Department of City Planning staff and office on the special natural areas district issue. The site is within the special area map. However, the portions of this property that are subject to those regulations are much less than the entire lot. And we are having another meeting scheduled with city planning as this project has evolved, so that we can continue to coordinate with them about the proper timing for submitting an application. That application that meeting was scheduled for early November. It's been pushed back a week. But we've made every effort to try and coordinate our activities with the Department of City Planning regarding the special area issues with your consideration of this application. And with all due respect, we reject the hypothesis that one has to get SNAP approvals approved from City Planning before filing a Landmarks Commission application and coming to you to discuss the issue of appropriateness. With regard to the street and the road issue, as I mentioned, we are submitting this application showing this to be an unmapped road. That is going to be subject, if approved here, that is going to be subject to another discussion. And as indicated, either an application to City Planning to publicly map the street, that's what their policies indicate are necessary, or to go to the Board of Standards and Appeals to file for an application to allow it to be maintained as an unmapped street. Until we know what our roadway is and where it's located, and that we're happy with it as a matter of appropriateness, it makes no sense whatsoever to sit down and try and decide that issue. And we only know that it's coming. But as I indicated, our intention is to settle up here on the issues of appropriateness and then proceed to have that discussion with one or both city agencies and the borough president and the local council member, so that we can all get on the same page about what needs to be done following Landmarks determination that that roadway is appropriate. So that's our approach to this project, and we think it's totally consistent with the work that comes here every week and has come here in the past. There was a comment about density. I need to point out that the zoning resolution will permit 30 or so homes on this lot. We're proposing 19 new ones. So there's no issue about this property being over-dense or being more dense than the zoning permits. As I said, we're programming this to be an R11 as of right for bulk and use, and I think it would be, it frankly go crazy for us to come in here and say, well, it's as of right, and we believe it's not. So we believe it's as of right. We believe if the commission, I know this is not the place to discuss zoning, but if the commission has that interest, we're prepared to sit down with the staff and go over the zoning calculations in the relevant depth you wish to assure everyone that this project is being pursued as an as-of-right project. With regard to Community Board 2, we just can't agree with what was said here today. On October 2nd, we appeared before the Land Use Committee of Community Board 2. We arrived prepared to talk about the entire application. We were instructed that the Community Board would only consider the restoration part of the application and not before, and nothing else. No question that they had the entire application because they were CC'd on the transmission to you on September 19th of the current application. We actually began to discuss the 19 homes in the context of appropriateness to mention, and we were directed to stop talking about the 19 homes. I'm surprised that Mr. McNally has no recollection of that because he was one of the people insisting that we stop talking about the 19 homes. But we were there. We left with a 7-4 resolution from the Community Board in favor of the restoration of the ranch. After Ivan's detailed presentation of the restoration effort. We assumed that we were coming back to the full board as typical for every community board. They have that resolution, that 7-4 favorable resolution considered by the full board. 3 hours before the community board, full board meeting, we were called and told stay home, we had been taken off the agenda. Period. No reason, no justification, we were gone. So we didn't go, surprisingly. And a few days later, we were then informed that there was going to be a special meeting of the community board last night where the land use committee would reconsider the entire application and the full board would immediately pass judgment on that resolution in one fell swoop afterwards. Our professional team simply had conflicts. I had a commitment in Board 2 in New York, Ivan had, we all had, we just couldn't make that date. My discussions with the land use chair with the committee included the discussion that there was going to be no vote taken here today, that no time was being lost, that the community board was not being foreclosed from making a decision, that we would be happy to appear at its November cycle to continue this discussion, and that's how that discussion ended. See you later in November. We don't know what happened between that discussion last Wednesday and last night, except apparently the community board met. They knew we couldn't come. We told them we couldn't come. We told them we'd be happy to come at their next regularly scheduled meeting. That's the record. And that record is available by emails, letters, etc. That I'm happy to supply to the commission. I'm sorry to go to that depth, but it seems to become a bigger issue than what's normally presented to the commission. With regard to the site, the lot areas, as I said, this is being developed as a single zoning lot, just as Copper Flagg was developed, portions of Copper Flagg as a single zoning lot. So the rules have to be looked at in that context. My suggestion as an aid is that we should present a drawing of the individual lots of our own, Copper Flagg's dimension, and submit it to this commission in our next round, so that that can be used as the basis for it. Let it be reviewed by the opponents ahead of time for their comment, so that we can put to rest this issue of whether 100 by 100 lots are the law in the city of New York. They are not. That would be our recommendation to continue that line of questioning. With regard to the paving, I think you've asked us a very good question to provide numerically an analysis of what's being gained and what's being lost, and we will do that. But the fact remains that that road, whether it ends up being public or private, is absolutely essential to the restoration of this mansion, and we can easily make the case that the lack of good access to this building is one of the reasons it's suffocated all these years and not been returned to viable use. Because one way or another, that mansion just needs to have a road that connects to a public street. And this is what our proposal provides. As for all the rest of it, as I said, There's been 50 years of development, creeping development on this site, landmarks jurisdiction. We've had numerous applications. The Copper Flagg developer did quite well. These homeowners have beautiful houses and they're doing quite well. Not a dime into preserving this mansion or restoring it. This is that application, and we ask you to keep that. If there are any other questions, I'm happy to address them or ask Ivan to address.
Any other questions from the applicant? Can we have a motion to close the hearing? All in favor? The hearing is closed. Thank you. Okay, so.
Sarah, do you mind if I start?
That's fine, I just want to set the stage, but thank you, John. I will absolutely turn to you as our resident commissioner from Staten Island. But I think, as today, what the applicants are seeking from us is guidance, not a vote. So I think that's one thing to think about is, sort of the guidance we give on, could any development be possible and how much. We've heard a lot of public testimony, which I think has been very informative. We've heard a lot from the applicants, which has also given us a lot of information. And I think there is a lot for us to absorb. And in addition, I think there's some questions we've asked that haven't been answered that I think the answers to those will also inform our comments. So I'm not sure how thorough our guidance will be today, but I think we can certainly go around and have some initial thoughts and continue the conversation. So John, definitely would like to start with you.
This may need to ramble because there's a lot of issues to cover. I broke things down for 3 categories. There's restoration, planning, and design. I think the applicant acknowledges that there's not enough detail on the restoration plan for us to actually comment very heavily on that, although I'm sure the resident experts will have some ideas. And the same is true on design. I think there's not enough detail there for us to really dive in. Planning is probably the big issue, and it's their threshold issue here. If the plan doesn't work, they don't work for that. Over the last 3 days, I did 2 site visits myself, and I did not trespass on their properties, just so it's clear. But even from where I could get to, my initial reaction was that there are too many structures and they're too dense. That said, what I would advocate for is that before we make any detailed commentary on this project, that the commissioners actually as a group do a site visit. I think the only way to really understand what the community looks like, how big the property is, how much space the road takes up, etc., is for us to actually be there.
I agree.
And
excited we can arrange that.
So we can also feed you well when you're there. We do well with that. I think this some of the testimony really highlighted something, which is that the spaces on the drawings are a little bit deceptive, and I don't mean they're trying to be deceptive. I mean it's just that it's hard to imagine what the 60-foot size is about, or the 20 to 25 foot distance between the houses is about, versus what you see when you are on the Copper Flagg development there. I think it's also important that we have a little bit more detail about how we got here, which is to say I don't know very much about the hearings that were held, and I don't think any of us were old enough to have been there, when the Copper Flagg development happened, and what the commission was thinking and saying at the time. I don't know what our records look like, but I think we need to know a little bit more about where they were going with that approval when it happened. Open space on this property is very important. And if you look at the progression of the development on the property, the original Flagg estate, a contiguous original Flagg estate, going out through Iron Mine, and all the way including the mansion itself. As development has happened, that open space has dwindled and dwindled and dwindled. And what we're left with at the end of all this is something of a postage stamp. And so I think before we do anything, we need to really know what those spatial relationships look like in real life. I think the fact that it was a large estate is part of its uniqueness, and the percent of land covered is really important. But that said, I honestly don't think you should listen to what I'm saying from my anecdotal experience outside the property. I think we should all be there and look at it, and then provide the applicant with real life input.
Yeah, I agree. I think that there's topography and landscaping and plantings is very much to understand in this site, so we will definitely arrange that. But again, any other additional first impressions?
My office actually worked in this project previously, so I totally agree with John saying it has to be seen in person to appreciate how much land there is there and the capacity for it to absorb a development. Whether this is the appropriate amount, I'm not really ready to say right now, but I think that the property can absorb some amount of development. And it would be great to go out there and look at it.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, I am, very interested and agree with what's been said so far, obviously. I'm also concerned about the preservation of the building. I think that there's need to, obviously, it can't be exchanged for some deleterious effect, but it's important. And I think that until we see the dimensions, it will be hard to get. But from my perspective, looking at it in plan, I think it could accommodate some development. I think that it was too crowded in plan right now, and that maybe some more relaxed, less modular development working with the topography could, make it much more pleasing and appropriate. Maybe, right now I'm thinking concentrate on the northeast more in terms of being closer together, whereas the west side is the most important because it's the view outward or toward out from the mansion, back toward the mansion. The fact that nothing is proposed within the envelope of the mansion, I think, is important and correct. And I guess that's it.
Great, thanks, Michael. Did you want to speak?
Again, say we really need a site plan, some sort of site plan with the houses located and the distances between the houses. But also, it says that this is part of a flood zone. I'd like to know the extent of what the flood zone is, and do they actually have utilities on site? I know the other buildings, there are other buildings built there, but I'm not sure there are really sewers in the street and, other utilities for doubling the number of houses.
Okay, I totally echo and support John's suggestion. What I would suggest is that the applicants prepare for that visit by staking out the road and the houses. That way we can get a sense of the scale. When we went as a group to the Bloomfield proposed development in Riverdale, Fieldston Historic District, I think that was something we struggled over, and having it present would benefit the applicant, I think. I think that the approach to do this as a multi-hearing thing is really, really good. I think it should be something that we do on a regular basis, because it is an awful lot to try to absorb. I agree with John's categorizations of how to look at this. In terms of the planning, I know that it's there to get FDNY to sign off on nearly anything, and so I don't doubt that the 38-foot roadway is required. But what I would suggest is that I'm not convinced yet that it's in the right place. I can imagine a scenario where you put the roadway up against Copperleaf Lane, for instance, and the house is backed up onto the lawn, in which case the house is not framed by pavement, it's framed by backyard or green. I think presenting this not only without a site plan that's more comprehensive, but I don't think it's possible to really evaluate this in the applicant's favor or otherwise without a landscape plan. The landscape plan should show that which is existing, that which is proposed, and that which was original to the design based on the research that you can observe. We kind of talked a little bit about how there was landscaping on the left, landscaping on the right. There was some kind of, the road was clearly screened. So maybe the landscape approach that seeks to kind of root the buildings in the site can help reinforce the development level. For me, the density issue is a very interesting one. I think that many people who testified talked about the relative density of this versus Copper Flagg or surrounding areas. For me, that's not relevant. This is not a district where we judge density or other conditions by the district. This is an individual landmark. This building is an individual landmark. So I think that, and there's no obligation for us to allow the guy to put a single house on here. However, it is a big site, and there may be an argument to be made that the landmark can be experienced properly with structures. I think if that argument is to be made, I think that the density issue should start from Flagg himself. If you look at the Flagg houses, both in the book and the ones that he built in Staten Island and elsewhere, certainly in Staten Island, they're very small. They're very much kind of yoked to each other and to landscape elements like retaining walls or site walls. And I looked through this book, it's a beautiful book. I would say probably 2/3 are houses that connect to each other or to other structures with walls. One of the houses that's nearby, I forget what the name of it was, Walcott. The name is not an accident. The house is sitting on a wall. So I think that what that leads me to is I think that density can be appropriate. They can make an argument for having lots of little houses here, but I think that it has to be inextricably bound with the architecture. I don't think that the Stern houses were a particular success. I think they're okay. I think they're maybe B+ suburban houses. No offense to Bob, but he's done better. And frankly, they weren't totally under his control. I think that if this is going to be a structure on an individual landmark site, the designs have to be approved just like we would approve a new building anywhere else. It shouldn't be a master plan, it shouldn't be a menu, it should be a design. And I think that the place to start is with Flagg's own designs, many of which were for Staten Island, but which clearly show a kind of approach to putting houses in a very countrified, English, Cotswoldsy way, dense, but integrated into the landscape. In terms of the materials brought here, I think they're off on the wrong foot. I think the use of asphalt shingles and cultured stone for houses that are predominated by stone and roof is just, you're off to the wrong, you're really starting on the wrong foot. There's plenty of, you can get thin stone nowadays, it's natural. It can be applied inexpensively, it doesn't have to be laid up. You can get very good synthetic roofs that aren't as cheap as asphalt, but that are a hell of a lot more attractive than architectural asphalt. And I think if you're going to go on a landmark site, you have to use better quality materials.
I'm just going to jump to Jean, she has to go.
I just want to say thank you because I don't have to say anything.
Everyone's comments have been so terrific. So, and I am completely on board. I'm just going to add one thing, which is I feel like the master plan needs a vision, like a true vision. What is this community? And I don't think we've heard it. And then the other thing is, at the centerpiece of what this community is this incredible building. I feel like you've got to figure out or come up or tell us what you think the vision is for the use of that building, because it is the centerpiece of everything.
everything around it. Otherwise, I really feel like this is not a true master plan. Everything else that's been brought up is a critical part of the master plan, including that. So its vision with this amazing building as a centerpiece. And so, thank you.
Monica, did you want to add?
Nothing, commission.
Okay, so I think we actually, got some actually really great comments today. We're gonna, I think, plan a site visit as our next stop for those of you who want to go on the site. And I think it's a great idea to stake out the road and the houses so that we can really evaluate when we're there. But I think you all should start thinking about some of the comments that we've heard. I think some initial impressions are that there can be some development here. This may be too dense, but it would also depend on the architecture of the buildings, materiality, and the landscape plan. So start to think about those things as well as we continue the discussion. So with that, can we have a motion to close, we've already closed the hearing. You can talk to the staff. Right, so. Yeah, we'll schedule the site visit. We'll try to do it in the next couple of weeks. All right, thank you all. Thank you.